on the Hawkeyes Sports Network. From Learfield, Iowa Hawkeye Softball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Iowa City Tire and Service, a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. Hawkeye softball is on the air.
The afternoon greets us here from Bob Pearl Field on the campus of the University of Iowa in Iowa City. And let me tell you, it is absolutely gorgeous. Sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. Temperatures about 82 degrees with winds out of the south, about 10 to 20 miles per hour. But will be a factor a little bit with those balls sailing out to left and center field, even into right field if it's hit the right way, but not brisk at all, but just perfect sunny weather for Iowa and Big Ten softball. This weekend, the Iowa Hawkeyes playing host to the Maryland Terrapins. A doubleheader today because they've moved Sunday's game to today as the second game because of the inclement weather coming in on Sunday, actually coming in tomorrow afternoon or evening. We won't know about tomorrow probably until tomorrow morning. Rain is supposed to be moving in, but we might get it in if they move it up early. We'll just have to wait and see exactly what is going to happen with the weather in that. But nevertheless, we have two today. Game one, the Iowa Hawkeyes at 26-15 and 7-4 in the Big Ten. Iowa currently in a three-way tie for fourth place behind Northwestern, Indiana, Wisconsin, tied with Rutgers and Nebraska. Nebraska they split with. Rutgers they do play coming up. And then the Maryland Terrapins are at 4-7, but have a 27-12 record overall, and they're off to their best start in program history under fourth-year head coach Mark Montgomery. They'll begin the day today at the plate facing Brianna Vasquez. Vasquez coming in with a sizzling 14-3 overall record. She'll be making her 18th start, 22nd appearance. Taking a look at Megan McCamey, and the first pitch to her is right down the middle, called strike one. Brianna has pitched 106 innings, given up 76 hits, 35 runs, 29 of them earned, has walked 38 batters and struck out 106. She's closed it in on career 400 strikeouts, perhaps in the next 3 to 4 games. She's now ahead in the count on Megan McCamey at 0-2. McCamey, a junior, left-handed batter, batting .221. This is her 38th game started and 38 played. Here's the 0-2 that's up and away, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. McCamey with 25 hits and 113 at bats, 4 doubles, a triple, and 7 runs batted in. Definitely a threat to steal, though. That leadoff hitter that she is, slap hitter, has stolen 17 bags in 19 attempts. Still down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 that's down and away from Brianna Vasquez. For the Hawkeyes, it's Vasquez, Tristan Doster, the freshman of Fort Dodge, behind the plate. Grace Baines at third, the junior, Kansas City. We've got Tori Bennett at shortstop, freshman out of Fort Dodge herself. Here comes the 2-2 from Brianna Vasquez, a pitch that is dribbled down the third base line but foul in between Baines and Maryland head coach Mark Montgomery. At second base for the Hawkeyes is the freshman out of Marion, prepping at Linn-Mar High School, Anna Streff. At first base, Sammy Diaz. In the outfield, Bradley Klosterman in left field, Tatiana Roman in center, and Nia Carter having quite a senior season, not only at the plate, but in the field as well in right field. Here comes the 2-2 for Brianna Vasquez. One again dribbled down the third base line, and again it's foul. So McCamey just remaining alive with this at bat, with those pitches moving away from Brianna Vasquez. This game would have normally started at 5 o'clock today, but again, because of the doubleheader, they moved it forward to a 3-piece start. Here is the 2-2 again, just off the plate. And it brings up a full count on Megan McCamey, who has walked 14 times this season. Let's see if Brianna comes right at her down the middle. Get the pitch signal from the dugout. Here comes the windup and throw. It's one that's off the fist. One hopper to Anna Streff, and Streff will throw to Sammy Diaz. We've got one gone in Maryland's top of the first inning. Maryland coming off of a weekend last weekend where they were against Nebraska. They won 1 of 3 games. All 3 games were shutout games. The Cornhuskers won the first and third games 3-0, 4-0 respectively, and Maryland won game 2 of that series by the score of 2-0. Maryland 3-3 in its last 6 games, or at least to begin the Big Ten season. 4-3, excuse me. And the first pitch to Kylie Goff, junior. Behind the plate, Kylie, 33 hits, 100 at bats, starting her 36th game, 36 games played. Here's the 0-1 to her upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Kylie Goff a year ago batted .297, started 47 of 48 games she played out of 52 total. Here comes the 1-1 for Brianna Vasquez. To Goff, one that's inside, and she'll fist it back into the backstop. Goff with 27 hits in 91 at bats a year ago, 4 doubles and 8 runs batted in. Today we'll get to see Trin Schlotterbeck in the circle for Maryland. Has had herself quite a senior year. Here's one that's lifted out into center field, and Tatiana Roman, a couple of quick steps to her right, gets up underneath it. The wind guided it just a little bit to her right, but she makes the catch. And 2 gone in Maryland's top of the first inning. We're just underway here from Bob Pearl Field. Corbel Strip buzzing here on a Friday afternoon. They'll get really busy here in about an hour. Brianna Vasquez, 14-3 on the season, in the circle for the Hawks. Here is the first pitch to Jaden McFarland. Very dangerous hitter. Excellent player for the Maryland Terrapins. First team All-Big Ten a year ago. Jada with a .355 batting average, 43 hits and 121 at-bats. 10 doubles, 2 triples, and has blasted 3 home runs. Here is the 1-0 that's up and in on her. So Brianna trying to pitch around her, doesn't want to give her anything across the plate. McFarland's got a quick, strong bat. Left-handed hitter. Two balls and no strikes. Here's the 2-0 from Vasquez. Nice pitch. Froze McFarland at the plate, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Here the 2-1 now from Vasquez, an off-speed pitch. It's up and in. Umpire, the home plate umpire for sure now, with a very tight strike zone. So it becomes 3 balls and 1 strike on McFarland. First team All Big Ten a year ago, second team All Big Ten 2021, and was the freshman of the year. Here's one that Brianna goes right down the middle with her, and she'll foul it back. Makes the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. On Jada McFarland out of Orange Park, Florida. Here comes the 3-2 from Brianna Vasquez, an off-speed pitch that McFarland has to wait on and then quickly gets around on and fouls it just in front of the Maryland dugout. So Brianna tried to throw some off-speed pitches, get McFarland leaning, and not get much strength on that swing. Count remains the same at 3-2. 2 gone. Here is the full count pitch. And again, McFarland protecting herself at the plate. Been outside of ball 4, but she took a swing at it and fouled it back into the backstop. McFarland, the second leading RBI hitter on the team for Maryland with 24, tied with Trin Slaughterback, well behind Amelia Leck, who's got 37. Here is a pitch on the inside corner. Jada McFarland does not swing at it. The umpire sees it a strike, calls it a strike, and that ends the Maryland Terrapins here in the top of the first inning. Scoreless, 3 up, 3 down for Maryland. The Hawkeyes coming to the plate. And in their first at bat in this doubleheader, Nia Carter, Tatiana Roman, and Tori Bennett. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Network Plus. Making her 16th start and 18th appearance overall. She's got 5 complete games thrown this season, 82 2/3 innings. Trinity's given up 78 hits, 32 runs, 28 earned, 12 walks only, so she's got good control of those pitches and 65 strikeouts, facing the Big Ten's top hitter in Nia Carter. Here's the first pitch to her that she'll bounce right over to second base. Loved by Taylor Ligori, and just a few feet away, an underhand toss to first base, and 1 pitch and 1 out for the Hawks here in the bottom of the first inning with Nia Carter going down. He has been on a terror. I guess I'll have to wait till we get to the next at bat for her to tell you about what she's been doing. That'll bring up Tatiana Roman. Roman, a .316 hitter, the sophomore center fielder. Facing Trinity Slaughterback. Here's the first pitch to her that she'll just slap right down the third base line, and it gets between the legs of third baseman Michaela Jones. And an error is issued to Taylor Jones. She was playing about a third of the way down the line, a couple of strides in. It was just, and Roman just kind of reached out and just half swung at it, bounced at one hopper that Jones tried to play, and it bounced between her legs. So Jones on first base, and that'll bring up Tori Bennett. Here's the first pitch to her. That is called ball 1. Bennett, a freshman out of Fort Dodge. .333 hitter as a freshman, has started and played every game for head coach Renee Gillespie at shortstop. Once she moved in, 45 hits, 135 at bats. Here's the 1-0 to her. That's downstairs. So 2 balls and no strikes. Tatiana Roman at first base. Around field for Maryland. Third base is Michaela Jones. At shortstop is Sammy Woods. Second base, Taylor Ligori. And at first base is Amelia Leck. Trinity Slaughterbeck in the circle. Kylie Goff behind the plate. Here's the 2-0. That Bennett line drives right to the shortstop, Sammy Woods, and they double off Tatiana Roman at first base. Couldn't get back in time. Just a line shot. Tatiana was on the move and it got a little too far off. So the Hawks quickly down in the bottom of the first inning. 3 up, 3 down. When play resumes, Maryland comes to the plate. Top of the second inning, it'll be Sydney Lewis. When play resumes, this is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Network Plus. So we move into the top of the second inning. We're scoreless. Each team sending 3 batters to the plate in their respective at-bat to begin this game. It'll be Sydney Lewis. Sydney, a freshman, batting .254, starting her 16th game. 37 played, 16 hits, and 63 at-bats. Looking out at Brianna Vasquez. Here's the first pitch to the left-hander. It's down and in, so it's ball 1. Lewis has a double and 2 home runs to her credit, so certainly has some pop in that bat. It's ahead in the count now at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from Brianna Vasquez. And here's one that's ripped down the first base line, just foul. First base coach for Maryland looked like he wanted to go down and grab it with his bare hand, but knew how hot and flaming that ground ball was and decides to let it go. So it's a ball and a strike. Hawkeyes wearing their pink unis today. Of course, it's stamp out cancer awareness. Here's the 1-1 for Brianna Vasquez, an off-speed pitch. I thought maybe Lewis had gone too far on the check swing, but the third base umpire says no. 2 balls and 1 strike. Also today is Disabilities Awareness Day, Bob Pearl Field. Here is the 2-1 from Brianna Vasquez. That's off the plate. Oh, it's called strike 2. Tristan brought it in from outside of the plate and across, and the umpire bought it. So we've got an even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Vasquez with 106 strikeouts on the season. Here's the 2-2, and a swing and a miss by Sydney Lewis. And she becomes the second strikeout victim of the day for Brianna Vasquez. 1 gone in Maryland's top of the second inning. This does bring up Trinity Slaughterbeck. Slaughterbeck, the hitting pitcher. You don't get lucky enough to have athletes like this come around a lot, but she is right there with a .258 average. Looking out at her counterpart from Iowa, Brianna Vasquez. Here's the first pitch to her. Hits that inside part of the plate. Strike 1. Slaughterbeck, a senior. Again, batting .258. 37 starts, 38 games played at the plate. 25 hits and 97 at bats. 5 doubles, a couple of triples, and 3 home runs. Down in the count at a ball to no strikes. Off-speed pitch is upstairs. Had 3 hits earlier this season. 2 of them were home runs against Maryland Eastern Shore, where she collected 6 runs batted in and scored 3 times over the weekend. Here's a swing and a miss. Fastball against power hitting. And Brianna Vasquez up in the count at a ball and 2 strikes on Trinity Slaughterbeck. of Williamsport, Maryland. Here is the 1-2 that Trinity will not chase, so it becomes 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see her probably again throughout the weekend if we don't see her all 7 innings here today. Trinity Slaughterbeck. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch just off the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes. .24 runs batted in. She and Jada McFarland are tied for second with RBIs. 7 Maryland batters with at least double-digit RBIs. Here is the 3-2, one that Slaughterbeck will lift out to left field. If it stays fair, it's gone. Almost bounces on the Coralville strip, but it's foul. So they'll get rid of that softball. Throw in another one, and Trinity Slaughterbeck be back at the plate. You can show you the kind of power that she has at the plate to go along with her pitching. Full count. 1 gone in Maryland's top of the second. Here's the pitch. That's inside. Ball 4. First walk of the day issued by Brianna Vasquez. It is the 39th walk of the season. And Slaughterbeck will walk for just the 7th time this season. Lady that loves to go up there and swing that bat. Now the Hawkeyes are facing Michaela Jones, 309 hitter. Here's the first pitch to her, one that she gets around on. She'll lift it just out to left field. Brodie Klosterman not able to get to it in the air. She gets it off of bounds, but her momentum takes her towards center field, and that allows Slaughterbeck to round second, doesn't hesitate, goes right to third base. So with 1 out, Michaela Jones on to second base. Runners at second and third. And it brings up Taylor Ligori. Ligori, the senior second baseman, 292 hitter. She's got 9 runs batted in. 21 hits and 72 at bats. A double and a triple to her extra base hit credit. Ligori a year ago started 12 of 31 games that she played in, 11 hits and 46 at bats, so certainly with some experience. Has had 12 RBIs then, so she's a pretty good contact hitter. Runners at second and third and 1 gone in Maryland's top of the second inning. Threatening against Brianna Vasquez. Hawkeye infield in a couple of steps. Off-speed pitch. It's high and away. So 1 ball and no strikes. Taylor Ligori. Here's the 1-0 from Brianna Vasquez. Pitch that's upstairs and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Sammy Woods, freshman, is on deck. Made a great play at the end of the Hawkeyes' bottom of the first inning and doubled off Tatiana Roman. Line drive to her and snap throw to first base. Here's the 2-0 from Brianna Vasquez. Square to bunt. It's going to work. It's a safety squeeze. Ligori will be thrown out at first base, but Slaughterbeck will score from third on the sacrifice. It does make it 2 outs, but Maryland gets its first run of the game. That'll bring up Sammy Woods. Michaela Jones on to third base. Still a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Woods squares to bunt right back to Brianna Vasquez, who picks it up. And a covering Anna Streff at second base throws out Sammy Woods. And that will end the Maryland top of the second inning, but they get 1. They lead at 1-0 heading into the bottom of the second inning. And for the Hawkeyes, when we come back to play, Grace Baines, Briley Klosterman, Denali Lecker. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Network Plus. So we go into the bottom of the second inning. Maryland now with a 1-0 lead after scratching across the run on a sacrifice bunt by Taylor Ligori to score Trinity Slaughterbeck in Maryland's top of the second inning. Grace Baines will step into the right-handed batter's box. Facing out at Trinity Slaughterbeck. Baines, a .296 hitter. Here's the first pitch to her off the plate. Ball one. Grace in the Drake game on Wednesday this week with a hit and 4 at-bats. That hit was a double. Game at which the Hawkeyes won the in-state rivalry. They got the Iowa State game coming up later on in another week and a half or so, and then it's Northern Iowa. And the 1-0 pitch to Grace Baines is now strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Grace with 6 doubles, 3 triples, and a couple of home runs. So with the right pitch, she can give it a ride. Looking out at the senior Slaughterbeck. Here's the pitch, an off-speed pitch. Gets Grace out in front of it a little bit, so she's down at the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Grace. 9-game hitting streak going all the way back to the Nebraska doubleheader of game 1. She had at least 1 hit in each of these games. Here's the 1-2. It's well out of the strike zone. That would be the series against Northwestern, the series at Michigan State last weekend in which the Hawkeyes dominated, and then Drake on Wednesday this week. And out of those hits, 4 of them have been doubles. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Grace. One hopper to go right to the shortstop, Sammy Woods, playing it in and nicely, and makes the throw across the diamond. And 1 gone in Iowa's bottom of the second inning. Bradley Klosterman will step to the plate, the junior out of North Liberty, prepping at Liberty High School. .321 hitter, 17 hits and 53 at-bats. Started the season with plenty of playing time and then took a couple of weeks off. Here's the first pitch to her. That's an off-speed pitch. She'll reach out, and it's going to drop in between short and left field, but nice running play and a catch out in left field by Megan McCamey right at the left field foul line midway down. And so just like that, the Hawks 2 gone in their bottom of the second inning. Brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker, the powerful right-handed hitter, also throws for herself from time to time. The designated player almost in all of these games played this year for the Hawks. Denali has started all 39 games. Down on the count at a ball and no strikes. Here's the 0-1 from Slaughterbeck. Line down the right field line, but it's well foul. Bounce off the right field foul line, or foul fence. Denali also with a hit in the Drake game Wednesday. Also with an RBI. So she remains down on the count. This at 0-2. Here's the pitch from Slaughterbeck, one that Denali will get around on and lace it foul down the third base line and just out of play. And between head coach Renee Gillespie and Kayla Jones at third for Maryland. Count remains the same at no balls and 2 strikes on the junior Denali Lecker out of Ogden. Started 48 of 49 games a year ago, hit .281, and 39 games started out of 43 played as a freshman. 2021 certainly has tremendous experience. Here's the 0-2 that Slaughterbeck tried to throw by her, and Denali able to get the fat part of the bat on it, lines it off of the fencing in front of the Maryland dugout. So again, count remains the same at no balls and 2 strikes. On Denali Lecker. Here's the 0-2 from Trinity Slaughterbeck. She throws it upstairs and high, and Denali will not chase it. in the Michigan State series. She was 2 for 11, had an RBI in the series, in which the Hawkeyes dominated, especially game 1, 14-2 a week ago today. Here's the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch from Slaughterbeck, and this one's up and off the plate. So that evens the count now at 2-2. See what kind of pitch that Denali will get. Slaughterbeck looks at the pitch list on her wrist. There's the throw, one that Denali will reach out on, and dropping back, in between first and second base. And at first base, Amelia Leck was calling for it. Then all of a sudden, I believe she heard Taylor Ligori coming over to make the catch, and all of a sudden they both stop and the ball bounces between them. And they're going to give Denali Lecker a base hit on that. It's routine play, but the communication wasn't good between Ligori and Amelia Leck. So with 2 gone, Denali Lecker at first base. Here is the first pitch to Sammy Diaz. Diaz on kind of a great stretch here. Has hit safely in 9 of the last 12 games. Down on the count, though, to ball and no strikes. Here's the 0-1 tour. Inside, ball 1. Maryland leads 1-0. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Hawks, with 2 gone, have Denali Lecker at first base. Sammy Diaz at the plate. Has started every game this year at first base. Here's the 1-1 from Trinity Slaughterbeck. And it's a pitch that's fouled off the bat. She on a check swing. She's trying to pull it back, seeing that it was going to be off the plate, but the bat made connection with that softball. In the Michigan State series last weekend, Sammy was 3 for 11, 2 RBIs, had a double in the series, also walked once. Had 2 hits in the Drake game on Wednesday. Here's the 1-2 tour that is off the plate. So it brings up 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Iowa's bottom of the second. Denali Lecker at first. And Maryland leads this game 1-0. Here's the 2-2 from Trinity Slaughterbeck, a pitch that's up and in. Full count. Sammy Diaz has worked that count to be a full count. We'll see what Trinity Slaughterbeck comes up with here. Sammy been a pretty good patient hitter all season long. Has had 8 multi-hit games coming into today. Here's the 3-2 from Slaughterbeck. One that's hit out to right field. Sammy tried to hustle to first base. She gets there. The throw from right field to the first baseman from Campbell Klein out there playing in right was pulled off Amelia Leck. So that allows Denali Lecker to get to second. So back-to-back base hits for the Hawkeyes with 2 outs. Brings up Tristan Doster. Last time I saw Tristan Doster playing, she had the game-winning hit in the series against Northwestern of Game 3. Bottom of the 7th inning, bases were loaded. Matilio at third base. Tristan drilled one over the left fielder's head, and that's all she wrote. The Hawks were able to salvage the 1 win in that 3-game series, but a win is a win. And I think it's what really has helped Iowa get to this point. Iowa on a 5-game winning streak. That win, they won at Michigan State 3 times last weekend and beat Drake on Wednesday this week. They want to keep that going here through this series. This is a big series between both Iowa and Maryland for both of these clubs. Maryland really off to its best season in program history. Mark Montgomery has worked it to this point and only getting better, as is Renee Gillespie in her 5th season with the Iowa Hawkeyes, continuing to improve year in and year out, bringing in some really good talent. Here's Tristan Doster taking a look out at Trinity Slaughterbeck. Here's the first pitch to her. It's up and away. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 hits in 4 at-bats in the Drake series. Scored a run. One of the 2 hits she had was a double. She had in the count now at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0, a pitch that Doster gets around on, and she'll foul it down the right field line. One that jammed her, an inside-out swing. Haley Down is now running for Denali Lecker. Here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Here's the 1-1 to Tristan Doster. Pitch that's down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's a 2-1 from Trinity Slaughterbeck. Hit right up the middle. Rounding third base, and the ball bobbled by McFarland out in center field. It is Haley Downs scoring from second base. Probably would have scored anyway had McFarland been able to pick that ball up and give a throw home. It would have had to have been an accurate throw. On the throw, Sammy Diaz goes to third, so back-to-back-to-back singles for the Iowa Hawkeyes here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Ties the score at 1 apiece. So Tristan Doster continues to swing. Hot bat. Brings up Anna Streff. Streff, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, with 2 outs, runners at the corners. Here's the pitch from Trinity Slaughterbeck that's up and away on Streff. 0 for 3 in the Drake game on Wednesday. Had 3 hits in the Michigan State game. 1 in each of them, 3 out of 10 batting attempts. And one of those hits was a double, that in game 2 in East Lansing last weekend. Here the 1-0 from Trinity Slaughterbeck, one that's lined down the right field line and foul. Streff batting at .220, 13 hits and 59 at bats coming into the game. She does have a double and a triple to her credit and 5 runs batted in. Prepped at Linn-Mar High School in Marion, just a half hour north of Iowa City. Here's the 1-1 that she'll bounce right to Sammy Woods at short across the diamond to Amelia Leck. And that will end the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But Iowa does get that run back and knots the score at 1. Heading into the top of the 3rd inning, it'll be the number 9 hitter, Amelia Leck, sophomore. Home run power, and then it's the top of the order for the Maryland Terrapins when play resumes. This is Big Ten Plus. Is that something I'm supposed to know?
And today, everyone's a winner. Congratulations, that's it for our contestants.
All right. Number 9 hitter Amelia Leck steps to the plate. Amelia Leck, 2nd in the Big Ten with home runs of 12, batting .313 coming into the game, 31 hits and 99 at-bats. Big power in the number 9 slot. Here's the first pitch to her. Off speed, it's upstairs. So it's 1 ball and no strikes. Leck, a sophomore, who last year started 9 of 29 games, had 4 hits and 39 at-bats. Here's the 1-0 from Brianna Vasquez, another off-speed pitch that's fouled back behind the backstop. So it's a ball and a strike. Series a year ago out in Maryland, Terrapins swept the Hawkeyes. So Iowa looking to get some revenge here this weekend, especially 2 today. Here's the 1-1 that's upstairs, 1 ball and 1 strike. So 2 balls and 1 strike now on Amelia Leck, the sophomore, designated player. And she looks at a pitch that hits that inside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Small crowd. Iowa softball game. Of course, a 3 o'clock start took everybody by surprise. It would have been a bigger crowd at 5 o'clock. Here's the 2-2 that's upstairs, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. But I would assume that by the time the second game begins, the crowd will fill in. We'll see half to maybe 2/3 of the stadium here at Bob Pearl Field filled up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the sophomore designated player, a swing and a miss and a strikeout. That's a big out for the Hawks, and especially with the way that Amelia Leck had been hitting the ball. That's the 3rd strikeout for Brianna Vasquez here today. Vasquez on the season has had a couple of double-digit strikeouts, 10 in the first Northwestern game. And she had 11 strikeouts against the Lafayette Leopards back in the middle of March. Brings up the top of the order and Megan McCamey. McCamey bounced out to Anna Streff at second base in her first at-bat. So she at 25 hits and 114 at-bats. Had a .221 average coming into the game. Looks at a pitch that's upstairs, so 2 balls and no strikes. Top of the 3rd inning here at Bob Pearl Field. Beautiful day, 82 degrees. Winds kind of seem to be dying down a little bit. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch from Vasquez, called strike 1 on that outside corner. So 2-1 on the junior left fielder. Megan McCamey has 4 doubles and 3 triples. 4 doubles and a triple on the season. Here's the 2-1 pitch that's off speed and upstairs. 3-1. Junior out of Irvine, California. Here's the 3-1 from Brianna Vasquez. One that is upstairs on McCamey, and she'll foul it down the left field line and out of play. Second team All Big Ten selection a year ago. Finished first in the league a year ago in stolen bases. And was not thrown out at all. 30 stolen bases in 30 stolen base attempts. Hawks need to keep her off the baseline. They're off the base paths, that is. Here is the 3-2 that she'll lift on the left field line. Coming in to make a play in foul territory is Bradley Klosterman, and she hauls it in. So the leadoff hitter for Maryland has been up twice and had resulted in 2 outs. So it brings up Kylie Goff. Goff flew out to Tatiana Roman in her first at-bat. The catcher, junior out of Lillington, North Carolina, a transfer from Purdue prior to the 2022 season. Here's the first pitch tour that's off the plate. Goff, a junior, batting .330 coming into the game. 33 hits now in 101 at-bats. much like Renee Gillespie with the Hawks, very few seniors on this Maryland softball team. Here's the 1-0. It's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. Trinity Slaughterbeck and Taylor Ligori, the only 2 seniors, along with Campbell Klein, who is playing defensively here today, are the only starting seniors. The Hawks with just Nia Carter as a starter, as a senior. So the future continues to shine brightly. Here's the 2-0 from Brianna Vasquez on Kylie Goff. Up and away, so it's 3 balls and no strikes. Goff back in the right-handed batter's box. Number 2 hitter in the lineup for the Terrapins. Here's the 3-0 from Brianna Vasquez. One that's upstairs, so a 4-pitch walk issued by Brianna Vasquez with 2 outs. And to bring up Jada McFarland. McFarland struck out in her first at-bat. .355 hitter, the junior. 43 hits, 122 at-bats at this point. Again, though, she's got some long ball potential. 10 doubles, 2 triples. And she has belted 3 home runs with 24 runs batted in. Has teammate Riley Goff at first base in front of her. 2 gone. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez. One that's right down the middle. Strike 1. McFarland, a junior from Orange Park, Florida. Here is the 0-1 from Brianna Vasquez. Ripped right at Anna Streff. Diving, goes underneath her glove and around second, going to third. And now Mark Montgomery is going to send her home. Is Kylie Goff, and she will make it. Nia Carter fumbled it in right field. It bounced away from her quite a distance that allowed Kylie Goff to keep right on running around third base. So McFarland will get the single, move on to second on the error by the Hawkeyes out in right field. And now take a 2-1 lead with runner at second base and Kylie Goff, and McFarland and Sydney Lewis. At the plate, the designated player. Here's one that she'll rip into center field. Waving on McFarland home is Montgomery. The throw was a little high and away from Tristan Doster from Tatiana Roman. So McFarland will score from second base. And on the throw, Sydney Lewis goes on to second after the single. And with 2 outs, Maryland has scored twice here. And now leads the Hawkeyes 3-1. And head coach Renee Gillespie now is out in the outfield. Out of the dugout, going to talk to that outfield group. Nia Carter with a bobbled grounder out to her that allowed Kylie Goff to score. And then on the very next pitch, Sydney Lewis ripped one out into center field. Maybe a better throw from Tatiana Roman that Tristan Doster could have handled around the plate. May have gotten McFarland at the plate. But as it was, she got there, the throw was away. And Maryland now with a 3-1 lead. 2 outs and a runner at second base in Sydney Lewis. So Trinity Slaughterbeck will step into the right-handed batter's box. Walked and scored in her first at-bat. Her 16th run scored of the season. With teammate at second base in Sydney Lewis. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez that Slaughterbeck will get around on and foul it back. So she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Amelia Leck started this inning for the Terrapins striking out. Megan McCamey flew out to Bradley Klosterman with 2 outs, and since then 3 batters have scored 2 runs and a runner at second base. Here's the 0-1. Now becomes no balls and 2 strikes, hitting the outside corner. Trinity Slaughterbeck, .258 hitter coming into today's game. Now 25 of 97. The walk did not count as an official at bat, but the run did. And the 0-2 now becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brianna Vasquez looking to get Slaughterbeck to try to chase one out of the zone, and she does not. So it's a ball and 2 strikes. Maryland leads this game 3-1. We're in the top of the third. Here's the 1-2 that is check swing, and they appeal down to third base, and he says no. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the senior, Trinity Slaughterbeck. In that weekend game against Maryland Eastern Shore a month ago, with those 2 home runs, she had 6 total hits. Here's the 2-2 that she reaches out and will poke it foul to the far eastern side of the stands. Along with those 2 home runs and those 6 complete hits, she had a double and a triple. So she had a hot streak at that point. A year ago, Slaughterbeck, it was a .222 hitter, 20 of 90 hits, had a couple of home runs and 7 doubles. Here's the 2-2 to her again, an off-speed pitch that gets her out in front. She's able to get the fat part of the bat on and just foul it off. Brianna had her leaning. She's able to foul it off and remain at bat. 2 outs in Maryland's top of the third. Sydney Lewis, a freshman, had an RBI single, scoring Jada McFarland to give Maryland the 3-1 lead, stands at second base. Here's the 2-2 from Brianna Vasquez, a pitch that's up and away, so it's a full count on Trinity Slaughterbeck, the number 5 hitter in the lineup. Michaela Jones on deck. Vasquez looking into the dugout for the pitch signal. Now onto the list of pitches on her wrist. Here is the pitch to Slaughterbeck, up and away. Ball 4. That is the second walk issued by Brianna Vasquez here today. Puts runners at first and second, and Michaela Jones will come to the plate. Jones, the number 6 hitter in the lineup, the third baseman, junior, batting .309 coming into the game. Singled in her first at bat, ended at third at the end of the inning, so she now with 31 hits and 98 at bats. Here's the first pitch to her, off speed, and right down the middle. Nice pitch by Brianna Vasquez, an off speed pitch that freezes Jones at the plate. Here's the 0-1 that Jones will get around on and fouled into the backstop. In the Nebraska series a weekend ago, Kayla Jones was 1 for 8 in the series. She walked once, struck out 3 times. And it's down to the count here at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. It's up and away, so it's a ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second for Maryland. They've scored 2 times here in the top of the third. They have a 3-1 lead. All of this action happening with 2 gone. A ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Vasquez. And it's one that Jones will get around on, a lifted foul down the right field line. Back into the stands. So the count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes, fighting off pitches. Here's the 1-2 from Brianna Vasquez. And it's a pitch that's off the plate. Jones goes after, swings and misses, and finally the Hawkeyes on the strikeout and the Maryland's top of the third inning. But they get 2 more runs, lead it 3-1. We'll head into the bottom of the third inning, and it'll be the top of the order for the Hawkeyes and Nia Carter when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
And if you need a quick snack or beverage, let the concession stand there be covered. This area is located just outside the ranks and behind the backstop. Stop by and check out your options.
The batter's box, she set a new career high for hits in a season with 68 after her performance against Michigan State last weekend in the Drake game on Wednesday. 3 hits in the Drake game, 3 of 4. She on a current 4-game hitting streak. Here is the first pitch to her that's down and away. All the games are multi-hit games. So she has 22 multi-hit games on the season. She had 8 hits in 12 at-bats against Michigan State, in which she was named the Big Ten Player of the Week. Here is the 1-0 to her. That's now 2 balls and no strikes. Had a career-high 5 runs batted in Game 1, in which the Hawkeyes won 14-2. She was 4 for 5 of the game with a couple of runs scored. One of them was a double. So 2 balls and no strikes. Now the Big Ten's number 1 hitter, Nia Carter. Carter, senior out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, from a family of athletes. Dad is in the Seattle University Athletics Hall of Fame. Mom is a basketball player at Seattle Pacific. She has cousins, aunts, and uncles who all were athletes of their own. Here's a pitch that is looked to me like it was fouled back. That was not. She got the bat pulled back. So 3 balls and no strikes. And a cousin, Royce Freeman, who played football at the University of Oregon and was with the Houston Texans in the NFL for a couple of years. He is having quite a senior year this year after 3 really good years before. And she takes the 3-0 to make it 3 balls and 1 strike. She has started and played in almost every game as a Hawkeye. She missed 2 games starting her freshman year, the year of the pandemic. Here's one that she lifts out to left field in a lazy fly ball out to left field. That's hauled in by Megan McCamey. And so the Hawkeyes leadoff hitter, 0 for 2 in the day. First out at the bottom of the 3rd inning brings up Tatiana Roman. Roman reached first base on an error in her first at-bat. Here's one on the first pitch. She'll lift out to left field, and McCamey there again right on the left field foul line about midway down. And so 2 gone quickly here in the Hawkeyes. Bottom of the 3rd inning, and it brings up Tori Bennett. Tori Bennett looks at the first pitch that's called strike 1 on the outside corner. Tori hit a line drive to Sammy Woods at shortstop in her last at-bat with Tatiana Roman at first base, and they doubled off Roman. Tori Bennett, number 3 hitter in the lineup, has started and played every game at shortstop for the Hawkeyes this year, and she looks at the 0-1 that now becomes no balls and 2 strikes. Had a hit in the Drake game, had 3 hits in game number 3 against Michigan State last Sunday. 3 for 4 with an RBI. One of them was a double. She had 4 hits total and 13 at-bats in the Michigan State series. The Hawkeyes really beat that softball around the ballpark at Michigan State. Here is the 0-2 that bounces across the plate. Tori, a .333 hitter coming in to today's game with 45 hits. She the second leading hitter on the team for the Hawks. 9 doubles and a triple to her extra base hit credit. Down on the count, 0-2 and 2 strikes. Working against senior pitcher Trinity Schlotterbeck. Maryland leads 3-1. Here is the 1-2 that Tori swings at and misses. Nice pitch by Schlotterbeck to get Bennett to chase, and so that is the first strikeout of the game for Trinity Schlotterbeck. Hawkeyes go down in order, 1-2-3, so we were through 3 innings of play, and Maryland leads this game 3-1 heading into the top of the 4th inning. The number 7 hitter Taylor Ligori. When play resumes, this is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. On Sunday, try to get tomorrow's game in as well. It's a 2 o'clock expected start time tomorrow afternoon. So a doubleheader today. This is game 1. We're at the top of the 4th. Maryland leads 3-1. And Taylor Ligori will be at the plate. Grounded out to Grace Baines at third base. Actually, it was a sacrifice that she was out on, so not an official at bat. Working against the senior pitcher, Brianna Vasquez. Here's the first pitch to her, an off-speed pitch that's out of that outside corner. Strike 1. Taylor, a senior. Adding .292 coming into the game, still 21 of 72. A double and a triple to her extra base hit credit. Here's the 0-1 from Vasquez. Inside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. In the Northwestern series, especially in game 1 when it went 9 innings, Vasquez had good command of her pitches. Here's the 0-2 that's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. In those 9 innings, she did give up 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them were earned, walked 4 but struck out 10. And again, she went 8 innings because Denali Lecker finished the game. Here is a hot shot down the third base line, just out of the reach of Grace Baines, but foul. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. On Ligori, senior out of Columbia, Maryland. Been around the Terrapin softball program for a few years. Here's one that she'll pop up to the infield, coming down the third base line and in foul territory is Grace Baines, having to battle that sun a little bit. Makes the catch for out number 1 in this top of the 4th inning. That'll bring up the shortstop, freshman Sammy Woods, who bounced back to, actually bunted one back to Brianna Vasquez to end the bottom of the 2nd inning. Here is the first pitch to her that Sammy's jammed on, and inside out swing will pop it up to Anna Streff at second base. So quickly, Maryland is 2 gone in this top of the 4th inning. And that'll bring up Amelia Leck, dangerous hitter for the Maryland Terrapins. Again, she is 2nd in the Big Ten in home runs, so certainly with some great long ball potential. Batting in the number 9 spot, the sophomore 306 hitter coming in, struck out in her first at-bat today. Here is the first pitch from Vasquez, inside corner, strike one. 30 hits in 99 at-bats, 7 doubles, and again 12 home runs. She has half of Maryland's home run production this year. Here is the 0-1. It's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, a beautiful sunny day. Perfect for softball. I haven't seen a day like this. I was trying to think back whenever I had ever broadcast these games. It's been 15 years. I have not seen a day like this. Here's the 1-1. That's inside, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. About the closest we've ever come to it. It's temperature in the 50s, but the wind has always been very strong out of the west and northwest. 10 to 20, 20 to 30. And last year at this very same time, it was 40 degrees and the wind was 30 to 40 mile per hour. And they were playing softball. Got to love the intensity. Here we go. The 2-1 is now ball 3. The number 9 hitter, Amelia Leck. Sophomore from Thousand Oaks, California. Cross country to go play softball. Here is the, and go to school, of course. Looks like she may have fouled it off. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Would have hit right off of the fist of the bat, I'm thinking. Now the home plate umpire is out talking to Brianna Vasquez. Oh, it must have bounced off of Tristan Doster is what it did. Athletic trainer for the Hawkeyes out there talking to Tristan. She's out there walking. You know, those things can stun you a little bit. Don't know if it went off her left foot, if it went off her left thigh, because from the kneecaps through the shins and down to the top of her feet, she's covered with shin guard. So she's all right. She's headed back behind the plate. That's the toughest position in any baseball, softball, behind the plate. So the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 out in Maryland's top of the 4th. They lead at 3-1. The number 9 hitter, Amelia Leck. Here's the full count. Pitch to her just inside. Didn't look like it was any different than other pitches I've seen at that location, but the umpire calls it ball 4, and so with 2 outs, Maryland puts a runner on Amelia Leck. We go to the top of the order. Megan McCamey, the junior left fielder, 0 for 2 on the day. Certainly a terrific contact hitter. 25 hits, 115 at bats, 4 doubles and a triple. To her credit, here's the first pitch to her. Down and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. In Maryland's top of the 3rd inning, their first 2 batters went down by strikeout and a fly out to left field, and then they went on to score 2 runs in the next 5 at bats. Here's the 1-0 that is called strike 1 on the inside corner. So Brianna trying to frame that strike zone. Still trying to figure out that home plate umpire. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 gone. Amelia Leck for Maryland at first base, and the number 1 hitter, Megan McCamey, at the plate. Here's the 1-1. That is off the plate, so 2 balls and 1 strike. Although not a prolific base stealer, Leck is 2 for 2 in the stolen base department. Not very much Mark Montgomery will be sending her down. She'll just try to get her batted around. Here's the pitch that's hit right at Grace Baines. She was 2 strides down and right on the 3rd base line. A 1-hopper to her that she gloves across the diamond. And the out at first base to Sammy Diaz, and that ends Maryland here in the top of the 4th inning. They get a runner on by walk, can't move her, but they still lead at 3-1 heading into the bottom of the 4th inning. That'll be Grace Baines, the number 4 hitter for the Hawkeyes when play resumes. Maryland 3, Iowa 1. This is Iowa Hawkeyes softball on Big Ten Plus. The 1-9 record. Nebraska at Indiana. Big series there. Nebraska 7-4 in the Big Ten. Indiana 9-2. Ohio State at Illinois. Ohio State in the middle of the pack with a 6-5 record. Illinois at 2-9. Northwestern at Wisconsin. Northwestern, the top team in the Big Ten at Wisconsin. The team third place in the standings. Here's first pitch to Grace Baines from Trinity. Schlotterbeck is a ball. So that Northwestern-Wisconsin series, key battle, and Michigan is at Purdue. Michigan beginning to climb the Big Ten at 6-4 in the Big Ten. Purdue at 2-9. Here is the 1-0 and a bouncer right back to Schlotterbeck in the circle. She'll wheel and Sydney Lewis at first base. And the out. One gone in Iowa's bottom of the fourth inning. Going to bring up Briley Klosterman. Klosterman flew out to left field in her first at-bat to Megan McCamey. Briley been on a terror here in last 5 games, on a 5-game hitting streak. Here is the first pitch to her. It looks to me like she got out of the way of it, but it looked maybe hit her, taking her in the right elbow. Had a couple of hits in the Drake game Wednesday, a couple RBIs to boot, one of them a double. In the Michigan State game series, let's say, she was 4 for 10, scored 6 runs, and she had a couple of doubles in that series. Now a meeting in the circle for Maryland defenders. Schlotterbeck's first pitch got a bit away from her and almost hit Briley Klosterman. Again, Briley started off the season playing at least a game. She actually pinch hit in the first weekend and in the third weekend, and didn't play again until the 10th of March. 10th, 11th, and 12th, and the 14th, and she started to play a little bit more in a pinch hitting role, and then she started in the outfield on March 12th against Bucknell, and she's been in the lineup ever since. 2 balls and no strikes now, and the junior out of North Liberty. Here's the pitch from Schlotterbeck, one that Briley will get around on and knock it foul just in front of head coach Renee Gillespie. Briley, a 3-time All-Stater out of Liberty High School in North Liberty. The niece of former Iowa Hawkeye baseball player and professional baseball player Wes Obermuller. Late 90s through the first 7 or 8 years of the new millennium. Wes, a great young man out of Vinton Shellsburg. Here's the 2-1. Schlotterbeck on that outside corner. 2-2. Good spot by Trinity Schlotterbeck. Froze Briley Klosterman at the plate. Briley's .321 batting average. 17 hits, 54 at bats. 1 gone, 2-2 count on her. See what Schlotterbeck delivers now. Here's the pitch off the plate, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Briley a year ago started 51 of 52 games, 38 hits and 148 at bats. Batting .257, 8 doubles and a couple of home runs. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch and a swing and a foul. Back to the backstop. So the count remains the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes. In the Maryland series a year ago, Briley had 2 hits and 5 at bats, including an RBI. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Trinity Schlotterbeck. An off-speed pitch that Briley a little bit ahead of, and she swings and misses. So that is the second strikeout of the game for Trinity Schlotterbeck. And for Schlotterbeck, her 66th and 67th strikeouts of the season. More of a control pitcher with good movement on her pitches than an overpowering pitcher. Brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker singled in her first at-bat. Got to second base, was pinch run for by Haley Down. Down was then hit in by Sammy Diaz. When the Hawks got 3 consecutive singles and scored only 1 run, they left Diaz at third and Doster at first at the end of that bottom of the second inning. Here's the 1-0 that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Wind pretty strong now coming out of the south and southwest. Movement a little bit. You can almost tell that front is going to begin to come through. Later tonight into tomorrow. It's supposed to still be warm tomorrow, though. Here is the 2-0 to Lecker. It's off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Lecker started and played in all 49 games a year ago, batted .281, 38 hits, 135 at bats, slugged 10 home runs. Has that same 10 home runs this year. Here is the 3-0 as she lifts up into the outfield, pushing McFarland back into center field, pushing her back to the warning track, fighting off the sun and the wind, and she catches it just before she bounces into the wall. So a long out for Denali Lecker ends the Hawkeyes here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We head into the top of the 5th. It'll be the number 2 hitter for Maryland, Kylie Goff, when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. Oh, you did drive? That's not a bad. Top of the 3rd inning. A .330 hitter coming into the game. Transfer out of Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez, an off-speed pitch. Beautiful. Right across the plate, freezes Goff at the plate. Riley leads the team in runs scored with 30, but Jada McFarland right behind her with 29. Goff now with 31 runs scored, and McFarland with 30. Here's the 0-1 from Vasquez. Strike 2, nice pitch by Brianna. Ahead of the count now at no balls and 2 strikes. Kylie Goff, the junior out of Lillington, North Carolina. They've been on a hitting terror coming into the weekend. 16 of her last 19 games. She's recorded at least 1 hit. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. This is the top of the 5th inning. Maryland leads the Hawks 3-1. Game 1 of a doubleheader today. Neither team scored in their first at-bat. Both scored 1 in their second at-bat. Maryland scored twice in their third. Here is the 5th at-bat. Here's the line shot right back through the circle and out to center field, where Tatiana Roman will scoop it up, get it back into the infield. But Kylie Goff now has been on base twice. A walk, and she scored that back at the top of the 3rd, and now a single for Kylie. Makes it her 34th hit on the season. She's the number 2 hitter in the lineup for Maryland, behind Jada McFarland, who has 44 hits now. And McFarland is at the plate. She singled in her last at-bat. Here is the first pitch by Brianna Vasquez. Here's one that she'll lift foul down the left field line and just out of play. Rodney Klosterman making a fence bouncing off play. McFarland lined one past second base in her last at bat and misplayed by Nia Carter out in right field, and that allowed Kylie Goff to score from first base. Here is the 0-1. That is fouled back just to the left of the press box. And out of play so quickly down in the count is the junior outfielder Jada McFarland, first team all-conference performer a year ago, second team all-conference her freshman year, and she the Big Ten freshman of the year 2 years ago. Here's the 0-2 from Brianna Vasquez, fouled back, this one right over top of the press box. Runner at first, and Kylie Goff just singled to start off the top of the fifth inning. At the fourth hit for the Maryland Terrapins here in game one. Nobody out. Here's the 0-2. McFarland right up the middle, off of the glove, as Brianna Vasquez had to get her hands up in front of her face. She bounces that off of her glove and out into the outfield. So back-to-back singles for the Maryland Terrapins. With nobody out, puts runners at first and second. And Sydney Lewis will come to the plate. Lewis had an RBI single in her last at-bat, scoring Jada McFarland. Lewis struck out in her first at-bat, so she 1 for 1 of the day. But nobody out here in this situation. Runners at first and second. Middle of the lineup coming up here, Sydney Lewis, the number 4 hitter. 254, has 11 runs batted in, now 12. Looking out of Brianna Vasquez. Here comes the first pitch. A bunt back to Brianna, covered, and Anna Streff will get to first base to receive the throw from Brianna Vasquez. And 1 out, but it does move the runners. Jaden McFarland to second, Kylie Goff to third. And Trinity Slaughterbeck steps to the plate. Walked in her last at-bat. She actually has walked twice today. Scored Maryland's first run at the top of the second inning after that first walk. Here's the first pitch to her that she'll hit out to right field, and it'll just get foul. Nia Carter not able to get to it, nor Anna Streff. So it becomes strike one on Trinity Slaughterbeck. 258 hitter coming into the game. Maintains that batting average. 25 hits and 97 at bats. Has scored 16 runs with the first of the day today. 5 doubles, a couple of triples, and she can hit the long ball too. Here is the 0-1 for Brianna Vasquez. She held up on the swing but continued around in a delayed fashion and fouls it back behind the right field stands. So she down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Maryland with 1 out on the sacrifice, moving McFarland to second base and Goff to third. Here is the 0-2 that's down and in on her. Saw it low, let it go. And now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield is playing about a step in. Wind again blowing from right to left, and anything up in the air and hard. He has a shot. Here's one that jams Slaughterbeck across the diamond. It's Baines. A run will score, but they get Slaughterbeck at first base. Nice play by Grace Baines at third base to get it in front of Tori Bennett, just in front of shortstop. She did not have a play on Kylie Goff at the plate. So Slaughterbeck will get another RBI on the season. That's her 25th of the season. She's second leading on the team. And 2 outs. That'll bring up Michaela Jones. Jones is 1 for 2 on the day. She singled in her first at-bat, stranded at third base. Here's the 1-0. Bounced right to Grace Baines, and a hop right off of her glove, but right to Tori Bennett. who didn't even hesitate, caught it and snap throw across the diamond to Sammy Diaz and just got Michaela Jones before she got to first base. Well, the Hawks get away with one, give up one, but trail 4-1 after 4.5 innings. We'll go into the bottom of the 5th inning. Maryland leads this game 4-1. It'll be the hitters 7, 8, 9 for the Hawkeyes. Sammy Diaz to start. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Plus. Quarterback threw and won game 2 against the Nebraska Cornhuskers last weekend. Again, all 3 of those games were shutouts. 2 of them for Nebraska, 1 of them for the Maryland Terrapins. In that second game, Schlotterbeck went 5 innings, gave up a couple of hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and thrown 73 pitches. And then Kiera Booker came in and finished it off to get her 10th save of the season, leading the nation at nearly a Big Ten record in saves with her 10th. Schlotterbeck goes to 11-4 after that appearance. And then it was Courtney Weish in all of game 3, although a loss, but a good game that it was. So Trinity Schlotterbeck still in the circle for Maryland here, looking good, leading this game 4-1. Sammy Diaz at the plate. Diaz looks at a first pitch strike. We're underway here in the bottom of the 5th. Sammy Diaz, the number 7 hitter in the lineup. Here is the 0-1 that's off the plate, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Diaz at 262 coming into the game. Singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single, scoring Haley down back in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Has started and played in every game this season at 42 of them. 32 hits, 33 hits now, 123 at-bats. Here's the 1-1. Pitch that she hits right at Sammy Woods, a 1 hopper across the diamond. That'll end Sammy Diaz. In this at-bat, 1 gone in Hawks' bottom of the 5th inning. Tristan Doster steps to the plate. Having quite a sophomore season. Doster has started 23 of the 26 games that she has played. Fortunately for head coach Renee Gillespie, she was able to secure another catcher who's also put in some time, but it's been Doster here in the Big Ten. Here's the first pitch from Schlotterbeck off the plate, ball 1. Tristan singled in her last at-bat, stranded at first base back in the bottom of the 2nd. Ahead in the count now at a ball and no strikes. 1 gone, Iowa's bottom of the 5th. Maryland up 4-1. Here is the 1-0 to Tristan Doster, called strike 1 in the outside corner. In the Maryland series a year ago, Doster with 5 hits in 10 at-bats as a freshman. Freshman out of Fort Dodge. Here is the 1-1 to her. Excuse me, she's a sophomore out of Fort Dodge. Tori Bennett is a freshman out of Fort Dodge. Two balls and a strike on the sophomore Tristan Doster. Here's the pitch. Called strike 2. Hits the outside corner. Again, at the game-winning hit against Northwestern in game number 3. Bases were loaded, 2 gone. Game tied at 5. Scored Matillo from third base on a walk-off single. That was game 3, the only win that the Hawks would get that weekend. Here is the 1 hopper to third base, over to Michaela Jones, and she over to Sydney Lewis at first, and that will end Tristan Doster in the bottom of the 5th inning. Anna Streff, the number 9 hitter for the Hawks. See if she can't get something started here, get to the top of the order. Hawks need base runners, score some runs. Down 4-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Streff bounced out to Sammy Woods at short in her first at bat. Here's one that she lifts out to left field. It's going to drift foul out of the park, but foul. Got around on it, pulled it, and really just foul. Wasn't by a lot. Megan McCamey giving chase out there. You see the sigh of relief breath that she took knowing that ball was foul. So Anna Streff back at the right-handed batter's box with an 0-1 count on her, 2 gone in the Hawks' bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch from Trinity Schlotterbeck, and it's upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. Streff had a hit in each of the Michigan State games last weekend. One of them was a double, that in the second game. She had 3 hits and 10 at-bats. Here is the 1-1 to her that she just gets around on and will dribble it down the right field line. Foul, so she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Freshman out of Marion, prepping at Linn-Mar High School. .220 hitter coming into the game. 13 hits and now 60 at-bats. A double and a triple to her credit. Here's the 1-2 from Trinity Schlotterbeck. And it's a pitch that Streff will reach out and just bounce it right back to Schlotterbeck in the circle. And the Hawks are down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. We head to the top of the 6th. Maryland leads it 4-1. It'll be the numbers 7, 8, and 9 hitters when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. Yeah, quite a run. Showed well, especially in the Elite Eight, 3, Ohio State, Iowa, and Maryland. So we head into the top of the 6th inning. It'll be the number 7 hitter, Taylor Ligori, senior second baseman for the Maryland Terrapins. Ligori, a .292 hitter coming into the game, 0 for 2 today. Actually 0 for 1 with a sacrifice in her first at-bat. 21 hits, 73 at-bats, a double and a triple for her long balls. Extra base hits. Here is the first pitch for Brianna Vasquez, one that Ligori will just hit off the fist. Over top of the backstop and bounces off of the press box. So no balls and 1 strike. Brianna hasn't thrown a lot of pitches here today. Here's the 0-1 from her, and it's ripped down the left field line. It's foul. Maryland scored 1 in the top of the 2nd inning. Trinity Schlotterbeck walked, moved around, scored. They scored 2 in the top of the 3rd inning. That was with 2 outs. Kylie Goff and Jaden McFarland were recipient of crossing the plate, and they scored another one in the top of the 5th inning. Their last at-bat, Kylie Goff singled and would score. Make it 4-1. Here is the 0-1 hit out to Nia Carter in right field. And she makes the catch. We're out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. Sammy Woods comes to the plate. Sammy, the number 8 hitter, the shortstop, and a freshman, dandy freshman. .273 hitter coming into the game today out of Trabuco Canyon, California. venture to guess, say that is Southern California. Here she squares to bunt, almost like a drag bunt, but she'll foul it back. Sammy 0 for 2 on the day. Lined out to Anna Streff at second base and bounced one, sacrificed bunt back to Brianna Vasquez in her first at bat. One out, Maryland's top of the 6th. Here is the 0-1 that Sammy looks at. It's ball one. 1 ball and 1 strike. She has started and played in all 39 games. Now all 40 games. Here's the 1-1 from Brianna Vasquez. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Has 3 multi-hit RBI games on the season against Brigham Young, St. Joseph's, and North Dakota. Having quite a freshman year. 7 doubles. Those are only extra base hits. Here's one that she gets around on and just lightly fouls it over top of the backstop. So the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 6th inning. 4-1 the lead for the Maryland Terrapins. First of a doubleheader this afternoon. Second game will start approximately a half hour at the end of the first one. Big weekend for both of these teams. Here's the 2-2 that is inside. Oh, called strike 3. Okay. Sammy Woods is rung up on a strikeout. And for Brianna Vasquez, that is the 5th strikeout of the game. And out number 2 in this inning. Amelia Leck steps to the plate. Number 9 hitter. Second leading home run hitter in the Big Ten. And I'm going to have to be very careful with her. They don't need any more additional runs. Hawks got a bunch to make up here in their last 2 at-bats. First pitch is a ball. So 1 ball and no strikes to the sophomore Amelia Leck, designated player. Here's the 1-0 to her. It's that inside corner, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Sophomore out of Thousand Oaks, California. Also leads the team in runs batted in with 37 by a great distance. Trinity Slaughterbeck and Jada McFarland both with 25 RBIs. Here's the 1-1, an off-speed pitch that's away, so it's 2 balls and a strike. Here's a 2-1 from Brianna. And it's a pitch that's fisted on Leck. She'll foul it lightly just in front of the Maryland dugout. In the Nebraska series last week, she 1 for 6 in the series. Had an RBI. She walked 3 times, struck out twice. Here is the 2-2, one that again is inside, and Leck will elect to swing at it, just to not leave it up to the umpire to make that strike 3 call on her. Here is the 2-2 again, that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Leck had a couple of home runs against Indiana pitching. We know what Indiana's doing in the Big Ten this year. Here's the 3-2, a pitch that swung on and missed, and that will end Maryland in the top of the 6th inning. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brianna Vasquez here at the top of the 6th inning. Gives her 6 strikeouts in the game. We go into the bottom of the 6th inning. Hawks need base runners and they need runs, trailing 4-1. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. The Hawks have no less than 2 at-bats remaining to pick up 3 runs, to tie the game, send it to extra innings, and maybe pick up that 4th run if they can keep Maryland from scoring to win this softball game. Again, Iowa comes in a 3-way tie for 4th place with Rutgers and Nebraska, whereas Maryland further down in the Big Ten with a 4-7 record, but a good Maryland softball team. Nia Carter will start it off for the Hawks, takes the look at the first pitch, and it's ball 1. Nia leading the team and the Big Ten in hitting this year. .476 average. This is through all games. 0 for 2 today, though. A fly out to left field and a ground out to second base for Nia. The infield is playing in for the Terrapins. Here is the 1-0. It's bounced between third and short, and the hitting streak continues for Nia Carter. Her first of the day. Get her on first base. Let her do her thing. Nia has stolen 7 bases in 10 attempts. So she on a 5-game hitting streak is Nia Carter. That'll bring up Tatiana Roman. Nobody out. Nia Carter at first base, working against Trinity Slaughterbeck. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here is the first pitch to Tatiana. It's up and away, so it's ball 1. Tatiana is 0 for 2 on the day. Flew out to left field and was forced at second after she reached by error. Here's the 1-0 to her. Pitch that's up and away, and a snap throw down to first base, trying to get Nia Carter straight off first, a little bit too far, but they cannot get her picked off. And a little pause in the action. Head coach Renee Gillespie talking to the offense and Tatiana Roman. Tori Bennett will be next, and Nia Carter at first base, and then so the defense for Maryland in the circle. So play will resume with 2 balls and no strikes on Roman. Slaughterbeck really going to have to come close to that strike zone. See if Tatiana can't come up with something big. She is hitless in the last 2 games. Had a minor 3-game hitting streak going. Last game of Northwestern, the first 2 of Michigan State. And here's the 2-0 that jams her, and she fists it down the third base line. In game number 1 against Michigan State, in which Iowa won 14-2, Tatiana was 3 for 4, a couple of runs scored, and an RBI. Sophomore from Garden Grove. She transferred out of Alabama A&M. Here is the 2-1 to her that she'll lift foul back behind the backstop. At A&M a year ago, she started and played in all 40 games, batted .308. 41 hits and 133 at-bats, 6 doubles and a couple of triples. Slap hitter with some decent power. Nia Carter at first base, nobody out. 2-2 count on Tatiana Roman. Here's the pitch from Trinity Slaughterbeck, and it's one that Tatiana takes a swing at, trying to slap at it and misses. So that's the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning. That's the 3rd strikeout for Trinity Slaughterbeck. Slaughterbeck threw a perfect game against Texas A&M Commerce back on the 24th of February, facing 15 batters. Here's the first pitch to Tori Bennett. It's called strike 1 on an outside corner. Bennett 0 for 2 today, struck out in her last at-bat and lined out to Sammy Woods at short. Down on the count at no balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Trinity Slaughterbeck, and a swing and a foul right at the plate. Slaughterbeck having some good movement on those pitches, so batters are a little bit baffled, don't have a lot of time to adjust. Bennett, a freshman out of Fort Dodge. Team with the state softball tournament a year ago, finished in second place to Hawkeyes. Won it 2 years ago. That one, Tristan Doster, part of that Fort Dodger softball team. Here's the 0-2, one that she reaches out and will ground it. Will they get the force? They do get the force at second. Woods doing a nice job to decide to slide it over to the second baseman for Maryland, Taylor Ligori, and they just get the sliding Nia Carter. So Tori Bennett will be at first base on a fielder's choice. And it brings up Grace Baines. First pitch to Grace, bounces on the turf and in front of the plate, and that allows Tori Bennett to race to second base. So with Tori Bennett at second base and 2 gone, 1-0 count on Grace Baines, who's 0 for 2 in the day. Here is the pitch, one that she hits right back to Slaughterbeck, who reaches out in the circle, snags it, and on to first base to Sydney Lewis for the out. Hawks get a minor threat going, get a runner to second, can't get her any further. And a nice play by Trinity Slaughterbeck in the circle to end the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 6th inning. We go to the top of the 7th. Top of the order, Megan McCamey for Maryland when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
Softball poster and chapstick. Where has the items we're looking for? Again, we need a quarter, an Iowa softball poster, and chapstick. And we have a winner. Thanks for playing and congratulations to our winner on the Grace Eagle Prize. Seventh inning for the Terrapins over 44. Left fielder Megan McCamey.
Top of the order, it's Megan McCamey. Here is the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez. McCamey is 0 for 3 on the day. The Hawks have kept her down, but really only a .221 hitter. But when she gets on base, she is a handful. Here's the 1-0 to her that is called strike one in the outside corner. She's grounded out twice and flew out to left field. That in her second at bat. 25 of 116 at bats. Has started and played 39 of the 40 games. Here's one that's lifted to the infield. Tori Bennett will get up underneath it. And the Hawks have been able to contain Maryland's leadoff hitter. So Kylie Goff will step to the plate. Kylie has had quite a game herself. 1 for 2 with a walk. She singled and scored back in the top of the 5th inning for their 4th run. She walked and scored the first of 2 in the 3rd. Here's the first pitch to her. Called strike one in the inside corner. Off the transfer from Purdue University. Continues her hitting streak. She's hit safely in 17 of her last 20 softball games. Here is the 0-1 tour that's inside, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. A junior out of Lillington, North Carolina. In the Maryland series last weekend, she was 5 for 8 With a run scored, she even walked a couple of times. So she was on base 7 out of at least 10 at bats. In the number 2 spot in the lineup. Has scored a couple of runs here today, leads the team in runs scored. Ahead in the count now at 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. And it's one that's hit off the end of the bat. Right to Grace Baines. Fires across the diamond to Sammy Diaz. And there's 1-2 gone in Maryland's top of the 7th inning. To bring up Jaden McFarland. McFarland has singled in their last 2 at-bats. Scored a run here today and has struck out. Maryland leads 4-1. We're in the top of the 7th inning. 2 gone. And Maryland's arguably best player on the team, at least as far as athletic ability goes. I've seen her play for the last couple of years. She certainly is a good one. First team All-Big Ten a year ago. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch, off speed. She gets around on it, pulls it fouled on the first base right field line. She's in the top 3 on this team in 6 different offensive categories, including runs scored, hits, RBIs, specific doubles, batting average, and home runs. Recorded her first multi-home run game of her career back against Fairfield on the 10th. Here's one that hits her, so she heads down to first base. So Jaden McFarland on base, hit by a pitch. And that is the 3rd time in the season that she's been hit by a pitch. So 2 gone, and that brings up Sydney Lewis. Lewis bounced one, actually bunted back to Brianna Vasquez in her last at-bat. Vasquez able to throw her out. Lewis on the day has singled and struck out as well. She ahead in the count at 1 ball to no strikes. 2 gone. Got a teammate in Jaden McFarland at first base after just being hit by a pitch. Here's the 1-0. One that she gets around on that was up and in on her. She'll foul it back. So 1 ball and 1 strike. On the freshman, Sydney Lewis, batting .254. Freshman from Prosper, Texas, just outside of Dallas. Here's the 1-1. She gets a good swing at it, and she'll foul it into the backstop. .254 hitter, as I'd mentioned. She was 17 hits in 66 at-bats. Has added an RBI to her total, now up to 12. Down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch that's upstairs and out of the reach of Tristan Doster. Ball goes back to the backstop. Jaden McFarland racing down to second base. I call it a wild pitch. Mark Montgomery now is coming down to speak with the home plate umpire. So when play resumes, it'll be a 2 ball, 2 strike count on Sydney Lewis. Jaden McFarland has scooted down to second base and is in scoring position. Trinity Slaughterback on deck for Maryland if Lewis able to get on. Brianna Vasquez looking into the dugout for the pitch signal. Gets it, here it comes. And it's one that's off the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count now on Sydney Lewis. Made her collegiate debut against 22nd ranked Oregon earlier this year. Here is the 3-2. That is now ball 4. Third walk issued by Brianna Vasquez here today. Mark Montgomery now coming out to make a pinch runner out of eight. I don't have an 8. Okay. So it's Campbell Klein as the flex player playing right field here today. Will be into pinch run. Here in the top of the 7th inning. Here is the first pitch to Trinity Slaughterbeck. She hit one between third and short in her last at-bat, scoring. Kylie Goff from third base. She was thrown out herself, but she got the RBI. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's one lifted down the right field line, giving chase to it is Nia Carter, trying to make a diving effort for it. Can't get it. Can't falter for the effort. She was very close. So play will resume with Trinity Slaughterbeck at the plate and an 0-2 count on her. Campbell Klein at first base, pinch running for Sydney Lewis, and at second base is Jaden McFarland. 2 outs in Maryland's top of the 7th inning. Hawks trying to get out of this at bat of Maryland. Here is the 0-2. Slaughterbeck will just lift it over top of third base. Around third is Jaden McFarland. She's going to score, and trying to score from first to third. Campbell Klein, and a nice play by the Hawks to tag her out at third base. But more importantly, McFarland's run will score on the single by Trinity Slaughterbeck, who gets the RBI on it, and it gives Maryland another run, an insurance run, to take a 5-1 lead into the bottom of the 7th inning. And that's where we will be when play resumes. It'll be Briley Klosterman at the plate for the Hawkeyes. Need 4 to tie to send it to an extra inning. 5 to win. 5-1 the lead for Maryland. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. The Hawks have been able to muster up against Trinity Slaughterbeck. She's already scattered 4 hits on the day, but has really gotten some help at the plate from teammates. And we'll go into the bottom of the 7th with Briley Klosterman at the plate. Here's the first pitch to her. Hopper right back to Trinity Slaughterbeck. So 1 pitch and 1 out. And it brings up Denali Lecker. Lecker flew out to center field in their last at-bat, a long, deep fly out to Jaden McFarland. Singled and scored in her first at-bat back in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Iowa's only run of the day is at the plate. With 1 out and no runners on. Hawks need base runners. Infield is playing deep for the Maryland Terrapins. The outfield in probably about a step. Here's one that's fouled on the right field line and out of play. So no balls and 1 strike on the Ogden, Iowa native, Denali Lecker. She's been a 3-year starter for head coach Renee Gillespie. She also gets into the circle, has started but mostly comes in a relief role. Here's the 0-1 tour pitch down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Played in only 1 game of the Maryland series a year ago at Maryland, that as a pinch hitter. Just participated in that and had no result in that pinch hit. Count even at 1-1. Here's the pitch to Lecker. Ball 2, down and in. 2-1 on the junior. Designated player, Denali Lecker. 1 out. Here we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's a 5-1 Maryland lead. They're looking to close out this first game of a doubleheader today. Here's the 2-1. Denali hits it out to right field, and it will go over the top, will bounce at the base of the wall. Around first, on her way to second is Denali Lecker. She's going to make it in a sliding fashion. Over the top of the right fielder's head, and Campbell Klein. That was a good line shot. It bounced about midway through the warning track and off the wall, but right back to Klein. So Denali had to hot-foot it around second base, or first base to get to second base, and a double to her credit. For Denali on the season, that is double number 5, puts her in scoring position, and it brings up Sammy Diaz. Here's the first pitch to Sammy with 1 out, called strike 1 on the inside corner. Sammy on the day singled in her first at-bat, an RBI single that scored Denali Lecker, and then she has grounded out to Sammy Woods in her second at-bat. As teammate Denali Lecker at second, 1 out. Hawks just need to get some consistent hits in this at-bat. Make a game out of this. Pitch that's up and away. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Sammy, a couple hits in the Drake game on Wednesday, 2 for 4 with a run scored. In the Michigan State series, had 3 hits in 11 at-bats and a couple RBIs. One of those hits was a double. Here is the 1-1, up and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. So now, catcher Kylie Goff will head out to the circle and have a chat with Trinity Slaughterbeck. Just kind of slow things down. So play will resume with a 2-1 count on Sammy Diaz, the junior out of Cypress, California. Diaz has started and played in every game for the Hawkeyes this season, and a junior, one of many juniors. We're gaining valuable experience. It's a team that's improved greatly. Still a little bit up and down, though. Once they start figuring out how to do this thing consistently and pick up some major wins, at least get 67% of every weekend series, they can start figuring in the Big Ten titles. They had in the count of 3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Slaughterbeck. And a pitch that's hit out to left center. Right at McCamey. Around third and scoring is Denali Lecker on the single by Sammy Diaz. Good piece of hitting by Sammy Diaz will score Denali Lecker. Denali with both runs on the day for the Hawks. So she's up to 12 runs scored. Sammy Diaz has 18 RBIs on that RBI, and now Maryland is going to make a pitching switch. Coming in will be Kiera Booker. Booker leads the nation in saves with 10. She's in warming up. I'll give you her numbers here in a moment. So Kiera Booker will be making her 23rd appearance. Has not started a game, has no complete games obviously, has thrown 36 in the third innings, given up 29 hits, 12 runs, all of them earned. 13 walks, 17 strikeouts. She's allowed 6 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. Teams are batting .221 against her. She has 10 saves. It leads the NCAA in saves. So she's come in now to shut down the Iowa Hawkeyes. 2.31 ERA. Sammy Diaz has just singled in Denali Lecker. Iowa has Avery Jackson now running for Sammy Diaz. And at first base, Sammy with an RBI single, her second RBI single. And at the plate, it's going to be Tristan Doster, the sophomore catcher. Routed out to third base in her last at bat. 1 out in Iowa's bottom of the 7th, now a 5-2 game. Here's the pitch from Booker, off speed. It's that outside corner, strike 1. Booker, a freshman from San Diego, getting a great fresh start as a freshman. No balls and a strike now on the sophomore catcher for the Hawks, Tristan Doster. Long look to the inside and the plate. Here's the 0-1, and a foul by Tristan makes it no balls and 2 strikes. Booker a little bit quicker action in the circle than Slaughterbeck. Looks like she has some pretty good moves on her pitches. So the Hawks need to zero in on it and try to connect with one of these pitches. 1 out, 0-2 count on Tristan Doster. Avery Jackson at first. Here is the 0-2, is 1-2. Jackson strays a little bit too much, able to get back though before the throw gets to her. Down to first base, they try to pick her off. Jackson, a freshman out of Kankakee, Illinois. Her last appearance for the Hawks was in a pinch running role against Northwestern back in game 1. Here is the 1-2 to Doster, off speed, upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. .355 hitter as Doster had the game-winning hit against Northwestern in the third game of the series against the Northwestern Wildcats. A walk-off single that scored Matteo, giving the Hawks a 6-5 win. Here's the 2-2 from Booker. And it's a pitch that Doster will lift out into right center field. On the move is Klein. She catches it just in front of Jaden McFarland out in right center field. Good at bat for Tristan Doster, but she'll fly out. 2 outs, and that brings up Anna Streff. Runner at first base in Avery Jackson. Anna Streff will step to the right-handed batter's box, the freshman out of Marion, Linn-Mar High School. Bounced back to Trinity Slaughterbeck at her second at bat, and grounded out to Sammy Woods in her first at bat. 5-2 the lead for Maryland. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 2 outs in Iowa's at bat. Here is the first pitch, and right back to the circle off the foot of Kiera Booker. She couldn't find it, and that allowed Anna Streff to get to first base. So they'll give her a base hit, and on that play to first, Avery Jackson moves around from second to third. And just like that, we're at the top of the order. 2 outs in Iowa's bottom of the 7th inning. Runners at the corners, and Anna Streff and Avery Jackson and Nia Carter will step to the plate. Nia singled in her last at-bat. Was forced at second to win that inning. That was in the bottom of the 6th inning. She the tying run in this at-bat. Here's the pitch from Booker, off speed, lifted, a nice play by Lagoria. Second place, she had to time it perfectly to leap up and make the catch. And she does, to end the Hawkeyes in this bottom of the 7th inning and end this game at a 5-2 lead for the Maryland Terrapins over the Iowa Hawkeyes. Maryland will score 5 times, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth, take a 4-1 lead and added on another one in the top of the seventh to make it 5-1, whereas the Hawks could muster one in the bottom of the second on Denali Lecker. Base hit, her RBI single by Sammy Diaz scored her, and then the same two combined for the run in the seventh inning, a double by Lecker and a single by Sammy Diaz. But that's all the Hawks could get in game number 1. Lose it 5-2. Be about a half hour before game number 2 gets underway here from Bob Pearl Field. We'll have it for you here on Big Ten Plus. The Hawks now go to 26-16, 7-5 in the Big Ten, and the Maryland Terrapins go to 28-12 and 5-7 in the Big Ten. I'm Jerry Koala. I'll be talking to you in about 25 minutes for game number 2 of this doubleheader. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
Iowa Hawkeye softball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Iowa City Tire and Service, a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
And welcome back into Iowa softball on this Friday afternoon. John Swisher back with you. We're in between the doubleheader here. The Hawkeyes taking on the Terrapins of Maryland. And it's now time to visit with our game sponsor, University of Iowa Healthcare. Dr. Matthew J. Boyer is here, orthopedic surgeon from the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics. UI Sports Medicine specializes in knee and shoulder surgeries. Doc, thanks for your time today on this pretty nice Friday afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And you're getting ready to throw out the first pitch. Have you ever done something like this before?
Yeah, I've done it a couple times. Last year I did it with Dr. Wilson. She handed me the ball and I was encouraged to do underhand. So I was able to get it there in the air, but my arm was pretty sore for a couple hours afterwards.
I bet. So just trying to get it around the plate there. Always when you throw out the first pitch, let's talk about softball and pitchers and those arm injuries. Very, very prevalent, more so in baseball of arm injuries, but it happens in softball too, I'm sure. And what do you encourage younger pitchers to do to try to prevent some injuries?
For sure. Yeah, a lot of the research on arm injuries is done in baseball, overhead throwers. And there's differences with that than the softball pitch. But I've been working with Iowa softball for 13 years. And it seems like almost every year, some of the top pitchers who throw the most innings and pitches come see us with arm complaints. Unlike the overhead thrower, the baseball pitcher, most of the softball pitchers have more shoulder and biceps complaints than they do elbow complaints. The baseball overhead throw puts a lot of stress on the elbow. We see more of the chronic overuse with the biceps and some of the structures in the shoulder for the underhand softball pitch. Clearly, we don't have to worry about the pitch limits and the number of pitches as much with softball compared to baseball, but there is for sure an overuse component. I know with youth softball and travel teams these days, pitchers throw, multiple games on a weekend tournament and then keep doing that almost all year round. So we encourage youth pitchers, high school pitchers, even our college pitchers to really think about the number of pitches and the number of throws.
And that's kind of something that's changed over the years because it used to be For softball pitchers, they could throw unlimited amount, and for baseball, it was more watching the innings and coaches who would have to get involved. Now they've gone to that in high school with pitch limits, how many pitches you can throw, pitch count for baseball. Nothing yet for softball, so it's a fine line there. You still have got to be alert of it and not overuse, even though sometimes there is no limit for softball.
Yeah, for sure. And we see quite a few of the younger pitchers in softball come in with arm injuries as well. None of it is, usually horribly severe or major tearing, but the chronic tendonitis issues that we see can be really annoying and really have to shut down some of these softball pitchers for a while.
Indeed. And so now injury prevention, what do you tell younger athletes and parents besides kind of keep an eye on it? If you're having some arm soreness, lay off, don't pitch as much, but what else can you do to prevent some arm injuries?
Yeah, so we have some screening programs with our University of Iowa sports medicine team to look at, the whole body. We do that for baseball players and softball players. We look at the hips, we look at the core muscles. All of that plays a role in preventing arm injuries. So, we look at the biomechanics and the strength balances in the body. I think the other thing that's really important is to have coaches who understand the mechanics and technique of pitching. Clearly, a lot of injuries happen when technique is not good or form is not good.
And you offer a lot of resources at UI Sports Medicine. Talk about some of those options for folks.
Yeah, we have a very comprehensive, multidisciplinary sports medicine center with surgeons, with primary care sports medicine, with physical therapists, athletic trainers, ultrasound. We have a lot of great people in different areas. Regarding softball, we have resources in the form of screening exams with our physical therapists to look at some of these imbalances. We even have a couple of therapists who are familiar with some of the technique and rehab specifically for softball players and softball pitchers. So that's really specific for softball. We also have concussion management, running injury clinics, the whole gamut of sports injuries.
And we've seen everything grow with technology through the years. How much have you seen what you do relating with athletes? As you just talked about some of the resources there, technology has really expanded everything, but especially in your field, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure. With advanced imaging, we have high-tech MRIs. We have a lot of physical therapy resources on testing forces and muscle patterns. We're able to get a lot of objective data with these athletes to help them both with performance and with rehabilitation after surgery or injuries as well.
Fantastic. All right. Appreciate your time again today, Dr. Matthew Bowler from UI Sports Medicine and University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, our game sponsor here on this Friday afternoon. Again, good luck throwing out that first pitch. I hope you get a strike in there.
Thank you very much.
You betcha. Dr. Bowler, we appreciate his time here this afternoon, and we're looking for Game 2 of Iowa softball coming up next. You're listening to Hawkeye Softball from Learfield.
on the Hawkeyes Sports Network. From Learfield, Iowa Hawkeye Softball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Iowa City Tire and Service, a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. Hawkeye softball is on the air. on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Iowa Hawkeye Softball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Iowa City Tire and Service, a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. Hawkeye softball is on the air.
Maryland Terrapins. Maryland goes to 28-12 overall, 5-7 in the league in Iowa, 26-16 overall, 7-5 in the league. I want to bring in AJ working with me here in this game number 2. And AJ, the way softball, baseball, and sports like this go, it can be so up and down. It's tough to maintain some consistency.
It really can be, Jerry. And the Hawkeyes obviously coming off a 5-game win streak before that game earlier today. I mean, they got that win against Northwestern, then swept Michigan State and beat Drake earlier in the week. Just had a tough Maryland team come in game 1 here today. Ended up taking that win 5-2 over the Hawkeyes. They exchanged runs in that second inning, but the Maryland scored 4 unanswered runs until the 7th inning. When the Hawkeyes had runners on, they scored 1. They had Nia Carter at the plate with runners on first and third and 2 outs, but just couldn't get the job done. So they put up a fight all the way through, but like you said, it's up and down. It's a long season. We're getting into the dog days now with the Hawkeyes. They've played 40 games now, they played 40 games now, so they're getting up there in the game total.
So we're underway here with game number 2 for the Maryland Terrapins. Stepping to the plate is Megan McCamey. McCamey in game number 1, 0 for 4 at the plate. The Hawks did a nice job to keep her down as a leadoff hitter. She crosses the plate a lot, and she gets some stolen bases, and there she leads off with a single to begin this Maryland top of the first inning.
Yeah, nice job by McCamey, able to take that one the other way. It was low and outside, went with the pitch the other way through that 5.5 hole, able to get one into left field just for a slappy single to get on base for the Maryland Terrapins.
Jalen Adams is in the circle for the Hawks, the freshman out of Fort Dodge. She's the 3rd freshman that the Hawks have picked up out of Fort Dodge. She and Tori Bennett were teammates a year ago in high school. In the circle for the Hawks, and facing Kylie Goff, who off the fist of her bat pops one up to Tori Bennett at shortstop. 1 gone in Maryland's top of the first inning.
Yeah, Jalen Adams, as you said, in the circle for the Hawkeyes here in game 2. 2.28 ERA on the season. She's had an incredible season, 6 wins as well, and 18 appearances for the Hawkeyes.
Jada McFarland at the plate, and on the move to second base is Megan McCamey. Try to make up for that lack of moving past first base in game number 1. She steals second base fairly easily, and for McCamey, that's 18 out of 20 stolen bases on the season, so she's one of the reasons why Maryland can get off to a good start.
Yeah, McCamey, she's got a lot of speed. She leads the team, like you said, in stolen bases, second on the team in runs scored as well.
Jada McFarland at the plate, the left-hander. She's now 1-1 with 1 out. McFarland in game 1 was 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored. Did strike out 1 time. Has a .355 batting average, 43 hits, 121 at bats. Here's the 1-1 from Jalen Adams down the left field line, pushing Bradley Klosterman back, catches it just inside of the left field line. And the ball got away from Grace Mays as it came in. It bounced all the way to the Hawkeye dugout. And Megan McCamey was faking like she was coming to third base. That ball bounced a long way.
It really did. It's a good thing that the foul territory here at Bob Pearl isn't too big, so Baines was able to get over there and get it before McCamey thought about heading to third.
Jalen Adams has thrown 86 innings coming into today, 78 hits, 43 runs, 28 of them earned. Looking at Sydney Lewis now with a runner at second base in Megan McCamey. There's 2 outs in Maryland's top of the first inning. Again, Jalen Adams has given up 43 runs, 28 earned with a 2.28 ERA. Not bad for a freshman. I think she's really had a nice, strong freshman season.
Absolutely. When you got numbers like that as a freshman, you're going to be a happy camper.
And so Lewis will rip one down the first base line right at Sammy Diaz, who will scoop it, step on first. And after a leadoff single and stolen base, Maryland goes down in order. And we'll go into the bottom of the first inning. Maryland and Iowa scoreless. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
Thank you for your assistance. And fans, make sure you grab a K card from the marketing table. When you get a strikeout, make sure to hold up that K card and get on for a chance to win a Hawkeye t-shirt.
I get so much stuff. The first inning, it's the Hawkeyes coming to the plate after holding Maryland scoreless in that first at-bat. And the Terrapins will come with their number 1 pitcher. The Hawks faced Trinity Schlotterbeck in game 1 and had a difficult time against her. We'll see what they do against Courtney Weiss.
Yeah, Courtney Weiss, she's had an incredible career at Maryland. She's a senior this season. She led the team in ERA her sophomore and junior year, and she's been doing no different this season. Leads the team in strikeouts, picked up wins against number 3 Oklahoma State and number 18 Oregon. She's coming in here looking to shut down the Hawkeyes, coming in with a 2.89 ERA, 8 wins on the season, 21 appearances. She's been a cornerstone for this Maryland Terrapin team.
She really has. She's 4 one-hitters in her career. She had a one-hitter against Michigan State 2 weekends ago. She's used to double-digit strikeouts in pitching performances as well. She's 6'1". She's pretty lanky. She's got good, long, strong pitch.
Yeah, good long stride off the rubber of the circle. Gets a lot of power behind her pitches.
Facing Nia Carter at the plate for the Hawkeyes. Nia in game 1 had a hit, so she keeps her hitting streak going. She's up in the count now, 2 balls and a strike. Now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Last year, Weiss pitched in game 2 of the sweep of the series sweep, and in that game 2, she held Nia Carter hitless in that game.
Something that doesn't happen too often with Nia Carter.
Especially this year. But you're right. Here's one that's hit out to right field and that's pushing Campbell Klein back. Actually, Trinity Schlotterbeck is playing right field here in game number 2. So 1 out in Iowa's bottom of the first inning. Fly out to right field to Trinity Schlotterbeck. You know, she's such a talented player. They got to have her on the field. So that'll bring up Tatiana Roman. Here's the first pitch from Courtney Weiss. Roman hitting .316, 42 hits and 133 at-bats. In the first game, she was 0 for 3 with a strikeout. She's down on the count now to no balls and a strike. Here's the 0-1 from Courtney Weiss, a lanky right-handed pitcher. It's that outside corner. Now it's no balls and 2 strikes.
And Tatiana Roman, she's got an interesting story. Comes from Garden Grove, California. But she was on that 2022 Puerto Rican national team that took 5th place. So she's got a fun story.
Here's the 0-2 that's outside, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, she's got great experience coming from where she does come from and her nationality. That being able to play, nationally like that. She was transferred from Alabama A&M, where she started and played in all 40 games a year ago. Down to the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2, hit right back to Courtney Weish in the circle. And quickly the Hawks are down to 2 outs in this bottom of the first inning. Good contact by Tatiana Roma, just right back to Courtney Weish in the circle. Brings up Tori Bennett, freshman out of Fort Dodge. Bennett hitting a .333 average, 45 hits, 135 at bats. 0 for 3 in the first game with a strikeout. Here's the first pitch from Courtney Weish. It's on the inside corner. Able to spot those pitches right away.
Yeah, she's finding those corners. We've seen her dot up a couple on the outside corner against Tatiana and Nia. She does again here to Tori Bennett.
Here's the 0-1 from Courtney Weish. And it's a pitch that Bennett will hit out to right field. Going back was Schlotterbeck, and then she had to come in, and then going out to make the catch from second base is Ligori, but she ran a long way for that one.
She did. She looked like a wide receiver over the shoulder catch for out number 3.
Well, that'll end the Hawks here at the bottom of the first inning. We're scoreless between these two teams heading into the top of the second inning. When play resumes, Maryland will send Amelia Leck, who batted 9th in the first game. She's back up in the number 5 spot. Here in game number 2, she leads the Big Ten in home runs. She will lead it off when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. Home runs with 12, and she leads this team with 37 runs batted in, which is 13 more than the closest teammate.
Yeah, and she's got 2 grand slams this season as well, one against Oklahoma State, another one against Monmouth. So she's definitely one that you got to keep your eye out for when she's in the box.
Jalen Adams in the circle for the Hawks, freshman out of Fort Dodge. Certainly a nice catch for head coach Renee Gillespie to get Jalen. But, she's been recruiting that area because she got Tristan Doster from there. They won a state title 2 years ago. And then, of course, Tori Bennett with Jalen Adams came from that state tournament team a year ago. So there's some good talent up there.
Absolutely. When you've got a state championship like that, and Fort Dodge continues to head up to that state championship. So when you got a recruiting class like that coming in every year, and they're right there, very close to Iowa City. So if you're able to get 1 teammate, 2 teammates, soon you got a lot of the top prospects out of Fort Dodge coming right here to the University of Iowa.
And there's probably more to come after that. But
Absolutely.
It's just Iowa has some really excellent teams with talent around the state, and I know Renee Gillespie's trying to pull the best right here, and the guy out at Iowa State's trying to get the best as well. But there's a lot of good talent out there.
Absolutely, especially with how well the University of Iowa promotes their women athletics. We've seen the women's basketball team. We've seen the field hockey team. This is a great spot for women athletics to grow and get their name out there on the biggest stage.
2 balls and 2 strikes now on Amelia Leck, batting .306 coming into the game, 30 hits and 98 at-bats, 7 doubles, and again 12 home runs. Here's the 2-2 from the freshman Jalen Adams. It's up and away. Adams' last decision, a win or a loss, came in the second game of the Michigan State series last weekend when the Hawks won that by the score of 4-2. Adams picked up the win to go 6-9 coming into this here. But I think on what that is showing a lot of, with Brianna Vasquez and Jalen, here's a pitch that Leck will pop up to shallow center field. Coming in to make the catch is Tatiana Roman. Is Renee Gillespie being able to develop a pitching staff that's strong and deep.
Absolutely. I mean, you just look, like you said, with Jalen Adams out on the circle right now. Freshman, she came in, obviously very good in high school, and she's gone long innings. She's gone long games. She has a couple of complete games. She pitched a 9-inning game against Central Arkansas earlier in the year. So Gillespie's just continuing to let these girls loose in the circle this season.
Here's one that's drilled out to Tatiana Roman on her horse. Catches it right at the beginning of the warning track. Puts her hands up to protect herself from the wall. That was a good line shot by Michaela Jones.
Oh, absolutely. That one, she gave it a ride, but Tatiana Roman was out there, able to track that. Had a great angle right off the bat, just going to her right, able to get it on the warning track for out number 2.
Got to bring up Trinity Slaughterbeck. Slaughterbeck, when she's not pitching, is out in the field playing. Certainly shows the diversity or versatility as a softball player. Here's the first pitch from Jalen Adams to Trinity Slaughterbeck.
And not only is she one of the better pitchers in the Big Ten, but she's also one of the better offensive hitters in the batter's box. She was the Big Ten Pitcher of the Week back in February, but also the Player of the Week just a week ago.
Here's the 0-1 that's hit out to right center field, shallow, coming in, Tatiana Roman. So it was Tatiana Roman, 3 fly balls to end the Maryland top of the second.
Share the wealth a little bit. Let some of your other teammates get in there. But great job by Roman, able to catch all 3 of those.
So they'll take the 3 outs, and that was a quick top of the second inning for the Maryland Terrapins. So the Hawks will come to the plate, needing some runs. Iowa hasn't scored since the second inning of game number 1. Grace Baines will begin it. It's zeros, Iowa and Maryland. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
So giving more students opportunities to do things like this.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
It's been a lot of fun.
So we head into the bottom of the second inning. Grace Baines will step into the right-handed batter's box for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Baines with a batting average of .296, 37 hits, 125 at-bats. In game 1, she was 0 for 3. Grace coming into the game was on a long hitting streak. She had at least 1 hit in every game going all the way back to the second game of the Nebraska doubleheader. Here is the first pitch to her that's up and in and ball 1.
And Grace Baines just an overall great athlete. She holds high school records for RBIs in a single season, but also is in some high school history in basketball. She's 10th in school history in 3 points, field goals made. So she an all-around athlete.
And she is elected to pursue the softball playing here at the University of Iowa. She's done a nice job in her 3 years. Batted .229 a year ago. Started 45 of 47 games with 30 hits and 131 at-bats. And as a freshman, started and played in 44. And back in 2021 when it was just a Big Ten season. So she's really been gaining some valuable experience.
Jumped right in as a freshman, and she's been able to fight and stick around this whole time. And she's continued to prove herself year in and year out. And she's continued this year. Like you said, batting .296, 125 ABs. 37 hits, 2 home runs as well, and 22 ribbies to go along with it, with a .440 slugging. So she's got some solid numbers in the box.
One of a number of juniors that head coach Renee Gillespie has in this batting order, but they really want to get a lot out of this season. They're not going to wait till next year when they're seniors. The more exposure you can get in winning and moving up the ladder in the Big Ten, the better off you're going to be. So a 4-pitch walk for Grace Baines. Put her over at first base, and for Grace, that is base on balls number 11 on the season. And that brings out the pitching coach for the Maryland Terrapins to talk to Courtney Weish. Denali Lecker steps to the right-handed batter's box. You know how Denali got her name, don't you?
I don't. How did Denali get her name?
Think about the name Denali. What does it remind you of?
Boy, Denali.
About Denali, Alaska.
Denali, Alaska.
You've heard of the Denali
I
automobile? Well, they were living up in Alaska when she was born, and so her father just elected to name her Denali.
Really?
Isn't that something?
That's a fun story.
And a true story. So she steps to the plate with a teammate at first base and Grace Baines, and nobody out. Here's the first pitch from Weish. Power versus power. Throws it right past Denali Lecker.
And she had a good first game as well, going 2 for 3, scoring one of those runs.
Scored both runs for the Hawks. Oh yeah, it was one. Haley went in and ran for her. That's what it was.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Haley went in and ran for her after she doubled. It's just amazing how consistency becomes so much more important. You know, it becomes contagious. You know, you got to send 5, 6, 7 batters to the plate about every inning. Really, if you want to try to, give yourself a chance to score a couple of runs and score high runs in a game.
Yeah, it just takes one to get on. It's like that thing. Once one gets on, everyone seems to follow. The Hawkeyes able to get Baines on first. Hopefully, Lecker can continue the trend here in the bottom of the second inning.
Lecker has 7 home runs on the season, but as far as RBI, she's up to 32. Here's the 2-1. That becomes 2 balls and 2 strikes as she swings and misses.
Yeah, big hack by Lecker on the fastball on the outside corner. Eyes got big.
But you know what we don't, realize is how quickly that ball comes from the pitchers to the rubber to home plate, and how little time you have to decide to swing or not. And then with the movement of that pitch. So
that's what makes baseball and softball one of the hardest sports to play.
2-2. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss by Denali Lecker. Quick snap throw down to first base to Sydney Lewis, trying to get Grace Baines to stray off. It doesn't happen, so Denali Lecker becomes the first strikeout victim of Courtney Weish on the game. 1 out brings up Briley Klosterman.
Yeah, Briley Klosterman, actually the cousin of our cameraman out in center field, Noah Klosterman.
Oh, sure.
So
I'll tell you, but you didn't know this, that her uncle, I'll tell you about this in a second. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike one on the outside corner. Well, she is the niece of a former University of Iowa baseball player back from the mid to late 90s.
Really?
And he went on to have a 9-year career in Major League Baseball.
Didn't he play for? Did he play for the Marlins and the Brewers a little bit as well?
He ended with the Marlins, but he played for the Brewers, for most of his career. Wes Obermuller. Here's the 0-1. Now becomes no balls and 2 strikes. So quickly down on the count is Briley Klosterman, the junior out of North Liberty, batting .321, 17 hits, 53 at bats coming in. She's been on a hitting streak herself. Here is the 0-2, is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Briley had hit safely in 5 games heading into the first game of the doubleheader today, where she was hitless, so she had a 5-game hitting streak ended. So they're, slowly but surely putting it together as a team and individuals. Here's one that Briley will reach out and hit off the end of the bat into the backstop.
Klosterman will just fight that one off on that outside corner. A little bit late to it, but able to stick the thick part of the bat out there, foul it off to stay alive. With Baines on first, you got a big gap out in right center. She's able to pull one into that gap. It could be trouble.
She can get the right pitch. There's no question about that. 1 gone, 1-2 count. Here's the pitch from Courtney Weish to Briley out to left field. Nice way to go with that pitch on the outside corner. Got the fat part of the bat on and lifted over top of short third out to left field, and runners at first and second.
And Weish was definitely attacking her on that outside corner. Had a big gap out in right center, but Klosterman just went with the pitch over to left field, just over the third baseman's head. able to get aboard.
Brings up Sammy Diaz, the number 7 hitter in the lineup, 262 average, 32 hits, 122 at bats, a couple of 6 doubles and 2 home runs and 17 runs batted in. Has a teammate in scoring position out on second base. And Grace Baines, Roddy Klosterman at first, 1 out. Good situation for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
Yeah, you only got 1 out with runners on first and second. Just looking to put something in play to get the runners moving.
Courtney Weiss in the circle. Behind in the count now to Sammy Diaz. Here's the 1-0. It's the inside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Sammy kind of on a hitting streak of herself. Well, dating back to the 2nd game of the Penn State series. She's hit safely in 12 of 14 games. She had 2 hits in the first game against Maryland here today.
She's really turned things around here this season. She struggled last season, batting 109. But coming into this season, obviously you just said she's been on a little bit of a hitting streak, batting 262. So she's definitely turned things around from her sophomore season.
Again, one of those juniors that we talked about filling that roster for Coach Renee Gillespie. Here is the 2-1 fastball from Courtney Weiss. Swing and a miss. You know, the other thing that Sammy has done is played various positions. Played second base almost all of last year, has played first base all of this year, and she played third base all of her freshman year. So she's kind of bouncing around the infield. Here is the 2-2 from Courtney Weiss, up and away. So it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on the junior from Cypress, California. Has teammates at first and second. Grace Baines at second, and Brody Klosterman at first base after just singling.
Center fielder shading towards the right side, so she has that left center gap out there.
Here is the 3-2 from Courtney Weiss, and a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 of the game and the inning for Courtney Weiss. Just kind of reared back and fired that one.
Yeah, she's been firing fastballs just right by the Iowa hitters so far in these first couple of innings. That one up and away, able to get Diaz to chase that high fastball.
Here is Tristan Doster, 355 hitter, 27 hits, 76 at bats, 5 doubles, a couple of home runs, 18 runs batted in. Grace Baines at second in scoring position. Barada Klosterman at first. The first pitch to her called strike 1 right down the middle. We're scoreless. We're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Game number 2 of our doubleheader this afternoon between the Hawks and the Maryland Terrapins. Really key for Big Ten standings this entire weekend.
Absolutely. Anytime any of the Big Ten teams have a chance to play each other and move up the Big Ten standings, it really helps. The Big Ten is not necessarily known for softball, so the higher you can get inside your own conference and have the better chance to get a higher seeding going to the NCAA tournament, you can.
They've missed the conference tournament the last couple of years, and that's certainly where they want to get back to, get some postseason play in and work from there. A long way to go in this softball season. Here's the 1-1 to Tristan Doster. Boy, Courtney Weiss is just rearing back and firing. Tristan with a good, strong power swing herself, just couldn't connect with it. So she's down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes.
And Weiss has been attacking that outside corner on all the Hawkeye hitters so far in these first couple of innings, continuing to attack that outside corner, and the center fielder is noticing that and shading to the opposite side.
Here is the 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the Hawks here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. 3 strikeouts by Courtney Weiss, all in this inning to shut down the Hawks. 3 strikeouts in the game for Courtney Weiss. We go into the top of the 3rd inning. We're scoreless between Maryland and Iowa. They'd be the number 8 hitter, Taylor Ligori, when Maryland comes to the plate when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
We head to the top of the third inning. Jalen Adams out for her third inning of work. And it'll be Taylor Ligori stepping in for the Maryland Terrapins to get things started. This will be her first AB of game 2. In game 1, Ligori went 0 for 2. Had an RBI with a walk in there as well. And she digs in now for the Terrapins as Hawkeye fans cheer on the dancers that came out for in between the innings. But we'll get started here.
It's amazing how they get the fans included. They always are having groups of youth softball players here, just introducing them to Iowa Hawkeye softball if they're not aware of it.
And it's just another example of how well the University of Iowa continues to grow sports and women's sports in particular, as this one's taken on the outside corner for ball 1. First pitch from Jalen Adams.
Well, you really got to be community oriented, and that's, Iowa softball's been that way. It goes all the way back to, the Gail Blevins era.
The 1-0 taken on the inside corner, ball 2. And they, especially when they are they're recruiting inside the state a lot. When you have this kind of fan engagement, you're introducing a lot of the girls that you're hopefully going to be recruiting down the line to the culture of these games and what they hopefully will expect once they get to that age. Ground ball, third baseman, throw over to first in time for out number 1, Baines to Diaz. 1 away.
Boy, Grace has made a number of plays like that here today. Calmly, swiftly moving to her left, scooping a nice, solid, direct arrow throw over to Sammy Diaz.
So now it will be another Sammy Woods digging in for the Terrapins, the freshman infielder, digging in for her first at-bat of game 2, with nobody on and 1 out here in the top of the third. First pitch from Adams, taken for strike 1.
I really liked the way Adams has been throwing this year. You can kind of follow her when they were making their trips, to the south and seeing the box scores and see what she was doing. But when I first saw her, good, strong, confident pitcher.
The 0-1 Woods squares round, but takes it right back, up and away for ball 1. Evens the count 1-1. We've talked about Adams, 2.28 ERA coming in, 6 wins. And like you said, when they had those opening series down south, did a great job. As the 1-1 pitch this time, Woods does square round, right back up the first base line, but it hit her. First base umpire calls a foul ball, so she'll come on back, and the count will go to 1-2.
I think they're going to confer to see if she wasn't out of the box before it hit her. Yeah,
and they will stay here. Yep. So she would have been out of the box, and she would have been called out, but stayed in, so the count will move to 1-2. Sammy Woods will have another crack at Jalen Adams here in the third. The 1-2 from Adams. This one's lifted straight up into the air, left side. Baines underneath it makes the grab for out number 2.
She jammed her on that pitch and she hit it off the fist.
Popped it straight up for Baines to make the second out of the inning. So now it'll be Megan McCamey for her second AB of this second game of the doubleheader. She had a base hit in the first inning. Was stranded on second. As the pitch from Adams, off speed, taken on the outside corner for strike 1.
Isn't that amazing how that freezes that batter? They're looking for something hard. They want to start swinging. All of a sudden, they're frozen in time for that next second and a half before that ball crosses the plate.
Especially when Adams has been throwing a lot of fastballs, changes the speed up on McCamey in the first pitch. The 0-1 taken outside, evens the count 1-1. When you're able to get a batter frozen like that, you know what they're looking for, so you can use that moving forward in the at-bat.
You get to class today?
I was able to get to class. I made
All
both of my classes, yeah.
Good man, especially for Friday.
The 1-1 squares round, pulls it back for ball 2. Especially on a day like today,
yes.
It's nice out. I knew there's a doubleheader for softball, but
well, I guess if you have your classes in the morning, that makes it easier because it was, even though it was nice, it was still morning time, right?
Exactly. So didn't miss too much of the sunshine. Still able to come out here for game 2 of this doubleheader. That's a 2-1 pitch from Adams. Outside corner called, strike 2, evens the count 2-2.
Good spot. Great location by Jalen Adams.
So nobody on, 2 down in the top of the third. Jalen Adams looking for a 1-2-3 third inning. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on right up the middle, gloved by Streff. Throw to first. It is in time to end the top of the third. Great backhanded play by Anna Streff to end the top half. As we go to the home half of the third inning, Hawkeyes coming to the plate, no score. Anna Streff, who just made the final out, will lead off for the Hawkeyes. You're watching Hawkeye Softball on BTN Plus. It's a pretty big novel, and I found an online version that I was reading for a little bit, but then it got taken down. So.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, so now I'm kind of
you gotta go back and buy the book?
Yeah, I might have to.
How much does the book cost?
Back to Bob Pearl Field as we head to the home half of the third inning. Still no score. It'll be the second baseman Anna Streff digging in for the Hawkeyes as Courtney Weiss heads back out for her third inning of work. Streff digs in for her first AB of game 2. The first pitch to her, swung on and missed, strike 1. Anna went 1 for 3 in game 1.
She really made a great play on that backhand play to end that.
She really did.
Top of the third inning.
It was a hard ground ball right up the middle, going to her backhand and fired from her back foot in time to end the inning as the 0-1 swung on and missed, strike 2.
Courtney Weiss has just been throwing that ball hard. I think she's realized that her break and stuff isn't quite working for now. So she's just going to throw power until she can get some of those breaking pitches to work.
Don't change what's working. And for Courtney Weiss, she'd spin her fastball, especially on that outside corner. As the 0-2 to Streff, taken up and away for ball 1.
Well, you know, Weiss a year ago had a 1.95 ERA, throwing 136 in the third innings.
Workhorse for the Terrapins.
14-7 record, so she is beatable. She is hittable.
1-2. This one will be lifted foul into the parking lot.
Had 139 strikeouts. Teams batted .217 against her, so not overly hit. You know, one out of every 4 batters could get a hit off of her. So
Hawkeyes looking for Streff to be one of those to tally on, get something going here in the bottom of the third, and haven't scored since that second inning in game 1. As this one's lifted just to the shortstop, Woods, who will make the grab, one away.
Yeah, I think she was just reaching out to try to poke it, maybe foul it, and wait for another good pitch to hit, and she put it out in the field of play, and it just was a very light pop-up.
It's got a little bit too much barrel on it as Nia Carter digs in. We go back around to the top of the order. Carter 0 for 1 in game 2. First pitch to her. This one's grounded left side of the third baseman Jones, who fires to first for a quick out, number 2.
Played it perfectly. She was almost halfway down the line at that pitch, during the pitch, and so had she been further back, maybe she would have had a tougher time playing a second short hop, but she played it perfectly.
She did, and Nia Carter, realizing that she was probably playing in, maybe hoping to poke it over her head, but dug it into the ground. An easy out for out number 2. So now Tatiana Roman digs in with nobody on, 2 down. Takes ball 1 on the outside corner. Roman grounded out in the first. Was also hitless in game 1 earlier today. The 1-0 to her. Taken up and away for ball 2. Check swing, appeal down to third. Said she didn't go. So we'll stay 2-0. Third baseman Jones playing in for the Terrapins again. As the 2-0 taken high and inside for ball 3. What do you think? 3-0, nobody on, 2 down. Does she have the green light here, or is she taking all the way?
I'd say she's taken, especially with 2 outs. Make Weiss throw some strikes.
Weiss with pitch number 40 on the way. Roman does take inside, strike 1.
Where is it showing the number of pitches?
Right here.
I see.
Courtney Weiss now up to 40 pitches. 3-1 is the count on Tatiana Roman. With nobody on and 2 down in the bottom of the third, takes middle, strike 2. And count goes full, 3-2.
Well, you can go back to that pitch where you asked me on the 3-0. She was going to get a pitch right down the middle. Maybe they should have given her the green light and let her hit away at it, because now she's at 3-2. And, Weiss is still going to come with a hard pitch, but maybe a little bit out of the zone.
3-2 pitch is grounded foul. And she continues to come after these Hawkeye hitters with that fastball. So when you're digging in, Tatiana Roman, she's throwing the fastball, and she's been attacking that outside corner, so you just sit on it just for a second and try to go with it the other way. But with the center fielder McFarland playing so far in left center, you almost got to try and send it right back up the middle for extra bases.
If you can, yeah. Cat and mouse game. We'll see what it comes up with here.
The 3-2 pitch taken outside for ball 4. Great at bat by Tatiana Roman to work a walk.
Good at bat for Tatiana Roman. That's the 41st walk issued by Courtney Weiss this year. So she does. She is prone for putting runners on base via the walk.
So now it'll be Tori Bennett, the freshman, digging in with Roman on first and 2 down. First pitch to Tori. She lifts this one into center field. In comes McFarland, and she'll make the grab for out number 3. Roman able to work a walk, but nothing to show for it. As we go, it's still 0-0 heading to the top of the 4th here at Bob Pearl. You're watching Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Plus.
Are diagnosed with a disability. Disability awareness is the practice of knowing, acknowledging, and accepting individuals' experiences as they relate to disability. Thank you, fans, for helping us bring awareness.
Welcome back to Bob Pearl Field. Still 0-0 as you head to the top of the 4th. Jalen Adams back out for her 4th inning of work. Hawkeyes, Roman was able to work a walk in the bottom of the 3rd, but unable to move her across. As now it will be Goff to dig in for the Terrapins in her 2nd AB of Game 2. She digs in now with Nobody on, nobody out to start off things here in the fourth. First pitch from Adams, taken on the outside corner for strike one. Kylie Goff currently tied for third on the team with doubles, as the 0-1 pitch taken high for ball one, evens the count 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Jalen Adams, taken outside, ball two, 2-1. Kylie Goff, 330 average with 6 doubles. The infield playing back.
Well, she's a transfer from Purdue University, so she's got some softball experience there. But she had a really good opening game here against the Hawks.
This one's fisted right side and through for a base hit. Goff able to get aboard, going the other way with it.
Well, she was 1 for 3 in the first game, scored 2 of their runs, and she also walked, so she scored after each one of her on-base at-bats in the first game as the number 2 hitter. So she certainly is, that's why when you get Megan McCamey on base, and the two of them work very well together.
And now will be Jada McFarland digging in with Goff on first, nobody out. First pitch to her. This one's lined down the right field corner and fair for a base hit. Goff rounds third. Throw comes in, no throw to the plate, throw to third. Not in time. McFarland with an RBI triple, and the Terrapins take the 1-0 lead here in the fourth.
Well, again, she's got a very quick bat, good wrist action, good strength, and she got around on that pitch that was right over the plate. She yanked it down the right field line. She's got that speed.
And she was able to show it off there, going all the way around for a triple. And that pitch was well inside, able to get the fat head of the bat around quickly, just line it down that right field line. So now we'll have, she has 2 triples on the season, so that'll be triple number 3 for McFarland. And RBI number 25 on the season. Pitching
That's
coach.
how you put together, at-bats, is you get a runner on and hit them around. Even if you get 4 or 5, maybe 6 batters, of course you got to go through the 3 outs. But if you get a run in, every at-bat, every other at-bat, you're going to find yourself winning a lot of softball games.
Pitching coach for Iowa heads out to talk to Jalen Adams after the RBI triple from McFarland. Hawkeyes looking to limit the damage here in the 4th inning.
Well, they better hurry. They got nobody out, and McFarland's still at third base, so they can leave her stranded. Certainly will help their cause here. That's exactly what the pitching coach was talking about. And Brian Levin was out talking to the other defenders, what the strategy would be.
It looks like the corners
in the air or on the ground.
It looks like the corners will be playing in. So ground ball to the third or first baseman looks like will be coming home. Shortstop and second baseman also playing a little bit shallower as the first pitch is fisted right to the shortstop Bennett, who makes the grab route. Number 1, Sydney Lewis, flies out, and it'll bring up Amelia Leck. With McFarland on third, Leck leading the team in home runs, and in a spot here to extend the Terrapin lead. First pitch from Adams, taken high for ball 1. Leck, 12 home runs this season with 37 RBIs.
Productive.
Very productive. The 1-0, this one's grounded left side but foul. Evens the count 1-1. And that'd be a best case scenario for the Hawkeyes, right? She rolls over. Won't have to worry about the runner coming home if it's just a short dribbler.
You got to knock it down on the infield. You can't let that ball get to the outfield and give yourself a chance to make a play at the plate if there is, because McFarland's going to be racing home.
The 1-1 pitch, she squares, pops it up, and foul. Good thing the windows are closed up here in the press box. The count moves to 1-2.
Yeah, they're right in the middle of that sliding window over here.
Just a little bit more to the right, could have hit our camera.
Would have taken out our camera. That poor streaming would have had to just been audio only.
The 1-2 pitch from Adams. The swing and a
Great
miss.
pitch.
Goddard swinging for out number 2. Great pitch from Jalen Adams, able to get the slugger Leck down on strikes.
First strikeout of the game for Jalen Adams, but really couldn't come at a better time against a good hitter, as you just talked about.
So big strikeout there for the Hawkeyes as Michaela Jones digs in, the junior. McFarland still on third, but now 2 outs. First pitch from Adams, inside, ball 1. Corner still playing in. Both the middle infielders move back a little bit now. But the idea definitely now is to go to first base instead of going straight to home on a ground ball to the corners.
Got to guard those lines. That's what Baines and Diaz are so close to the line.
The 1-0 taken up and away for ball 2. Adams looking to limit the damage here in the 4th. After the McFarland RBI triple. As the 2-0. This one's grounded left side.
I think it hit her. It bounced off her leg.
So Jones
it
will
was
stay
right
in.
down the inside part of that third baseline, wasn't it?
It was. So now Adams will work the 2-1 here against Michaela Jones. The 2-1. Taken off the shoulder. So she'll take a walk down to first base, and it'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs. Trinity Schlotterback will dig in. The senior 0 for 1 in game 2. Pitched game 1.
That's the 14th batter that Jalen has hit with a pitch on the season, so that's quite a few.
So free bag for the Terrapins. And Schlotterback squares, does not pull back, so it'll be strike 1. But Jones will hustle down to second base. It'll be second and third, 2 down. In a big spot for Schlotterbeck with 2 down. Base hit could score 2, extend the Terrapin lead to 3. It's the 0-1 pitch from Adams. This one's lifted right side, but will find the seats. Count goes to 0-2. Adams gets the sign, the 0-2. Taken high and outside, ball 1. Great stop by Doster, able to grab that one before headed to the backstop.
Well, she really had to hop out of that stance, didn't she?
She had to get out of that crouch quickly. That's the 1-2 pitch. On its way from Adams. This one's lifted foul. Schlotterbeck putting on a fight here.
Well, she
in the
knows
top of the
Schlotterbeck's a
4th.
good hitter. So, she can't give her really anything good to hit, so she's trying to paint those corners. Schlotterbeck's fighting those pitches off, so she finds the one that she can drive.
Adams gets the sign. The 1-2. This one's lifted, left side going into foul territory. Baines will make the grab for out number 3. Terrapins score 1 on the McFarland triple. And Maryland leads 1-0 as we go to the home half of the 4th. You're watching Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Network Plus.
This game is sponsored by University of Iowa Sports Medicine, delivering comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Same day, next day, appointments are available. No referral needed. Learn more by visiting uiacity.org/sportsmedicine.
So, I didn't really know much about the inside work.
Yeah. It's now 1-0 Maryland after the McFarland triple, but now the Hawkeyes will come to the plate. And it will be Baines leading things off here in the bottom of the fourth. Grace Baines walked in the second inning. Was stranded on second. First pitch to her, taken, strike one.
And again, Weiss is starting right off with a very hard pitch right down middle to the inside part of the plate.
Weiss starting her fourth inning of work has allowed one hit. Has tallied 3 strikeouts. The 0-1 taken on the inside corner for strike 2. Grace Baines will have to work behind the count 0-2.
Going to step in there and hit it. Easier said than done, but
it's easy from our vantage point up here in the press box.
Yeah, we've got a nice bird's eye view of that, don't we? I'd be bailing out if I was standing in that white box.
The 0-2 pitch. This one's grounded left side to the shortstop Woods. Fires to first in time for out number 1.
And that's what makes that so important. You got to step up there and hit the ball. You got to find a way to swing the bat and hit the ball. If you don't swing the bat, how do you know that you can or cannot hit it? And so Grace found that out. We'll see what Denali can do here.
Yeah, I mean, Weiss has been, like we've talked about all game so far, she's got a strong fastball, patent corners. The Hawkeyes have had a hard time catching up to it, but there Baines was able to put it in play up the middle. But Woods was there. It's the first pitch to Denali, taken outside for ball 1.
I think at times, during practice and hitting practice, you can't, simulate that. You can have pitchers throwing and you can hit the ball, but if they're 3-4 mile per hour slower, you can't simulate that kind of speed.
It's very difficult to simulate the kind of speed that Weiss has been throwing today, as Denali swings and misses at that one up and away, evens the count 1-1. And the way that she's just been able to, I mean, all these Hawkeyes have been swinging behind the pitch, and it's hard to switch your timing up, but now they're getting to the fourth inning. The Hawkeyes, this is now their second time through the order, as Denali lifts this one into right field. Schlauter over there to make the grab for out number 2.
I compare what Weiss does and with her size and length to it. If you remember Randy Johnson, the pitcher in Major League Baseball, tall, long, and when he made his stride, he was almost off of the mound before he even threw the ball, so he was that much closer to you. That's what she does, the same type of thing. She has a long stride, long arms. She's a tall girl that can really wing it. So she doesn't release it until she's closer to you than most pitchers.
First pitch to Klosterman, taken for strike 1 on the outside corner. And like you said, what she, like Randy Johnson, like Weiss is showing here tonight, is those few inches closer than most pitchers get because of their height. It just creates that much of a difference, especially with how hard she's throwing, how hard Randy Johnson threw back when he was in the majors with the D-backs.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it makes such a big difference with that little bit, with how much closer they're able to get compared to a lot of the other pitchers that they see. The 1-1 pitch to Klosterman, fouled straight back, 1-2.
Well, so Bradley just saw a pitch that she thought she could hit, so she's got to be looking for that same kind of pitch, and yet you have to keep your balance and coordination in that batter's box and stay square, but yet be reactive, because you never know where that next pitch is going to going to be when she releases it.
Yeah, it's hard to, you want to react, you don't want to anticipate, because otherwise you'll find yourself either way out in front
Right.
or behind.
Right. Well, we haven't seen her throw many off-speed pitches.
The 1-2 ground to the left side. Jones picks it up, fires to first. 1-2-3 inning for the Terrapins. Still 1-0 Maryland as we go to the top of the fifth. Hawkeyes looking to hold the Terrapins. You're watching Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. Almost said it again.
Breast cancer awareness is incredibly important as early detection, often through screening, can catch the disease when it is most treatable. According to the American Cancer Society, breast cancer is the most common cancer in American women. So please help join us as we continue to bring awareness to the fight against cancer.
GRIMM. You know, go to the Minnesota Golden Gopher website, you know, and look up football and go to the broadcast area.
Yeah.
You know, it'll have all his profile there.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely look him up.
Yeah, look him up. You can use me for a reference.
Perfect. All right, you want fifth? You want me to finish off the fifth? All right. Welcome back to Bob Pearl Field. Terrapins lead 1-0 as we go to the top of the fifth. Jalen Adams back out for her fifth inning of work. She has allowed 3 hits, 1 run, and a strikeout through 4. First pitch to Ligori, taken for strike 1. Adams now up to 42 pitches. Going strong for the Hawkeyes. The 0-1 pitch fouled back, 0-2. Heads up down below as foul ball comes back. Hopefully everyone's all right. It's always the danger of...
It only hurt for a little bit anyway.
Yeah, rub some dirt on it, right? The old adage.
You bet. Rub it, it'll go away.
The 0-2 pitch to Ligori. Taken up and inside for ball 1. Taylor Ligori, second AB of game 2. Was hitless in game 1. Looking to get something going here for the Terrapins in the top of the fifth. The 1-2 pitch taken up and away, evens the count 2-2. The 2-2 off speed, bounces in the dirt. Count goes full to 3-2. The 3-2 pitch from Jalen Adams. Taken inside, just misses for ball 4. Ligori works a walk.
Well, that was then a hit batter. That's the first walk of the game issued by Jalen Adams. And it's the 18th of the season for her.
So now that'll bring up Sammy Woods, the freshman shortstop, with Ligori on first.
No, for the Hawks, just get the lead runner if that's all you can. Try to get Woods to hit the ball on the ground. Now Woods is known for bunting. We've seen her do that, in the first game, a little bit here in the second game. So they might sacrifice forward. They got a pinch runner on for Ligori.
Pinch runner is number 12 Cameron Davis. Grounded right back to Jalen Adams, who fires to first for out number 1. So the sack bunt indeed advances the pinch runner Cameron Davis down to second base.
So they're just trying to scratch across runs when they can get them. Just a little bit at a time. And that's what they did in game 1 to get up to the 5-1 lead, and Iowa would score a run. But sometimes you can get so far behind, it's tough because you need a lot of batters. You need to bat around in situations like that. You get down by 3 and 4 runs.
Megan McCamey takes outside for ball 1. And Cameron Davis, the pinch runner, that's mainly what she does. She's up there and runs scored, mainly because once Terrapin gets on, she gets called upon to run. And she steals bases, it gets around, and provides the Terrapins chances to score, like she has provided chance here in the top half of the 5th inning.
Yeah, this being her 33rd appearance of Cameron Davis. She has scored 9 runs, so certainly she has some experience crossing the plate.
The 1-1 pitch. This one's fouled away, 1-2. Megan McCamey singled in the first, grounded out in the 3rd. There's a chance here to extend the Terrapin lead here in the 5th. The 1-2. Taken up and away, evens the count 2-2. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Down. Or excuse me, that was fouled off. So she stays alive here, 2-2, with Davis on second. McCamey went hitless in the first, has a base hit in the first inning. This one's fisted to the shortstop, Bennett, who makes the grab for out number 2.
Amazing how that ball, she hit it right at the end of the bat, and so it gets that backward spin on it, and kind of threw Bennett off to begin with. It looked like it was going to come right at her, and next thing you know, it was kind of floating.
And looked
but
like
she came up with the catch, and that's the important thing, is get that out, or worry about any kind of second out on the situation if it is, to come about.
So I'll bring up Kylie Goff, the junior catcher for the Terrapins, with Davis still on second and 2 down. First pitch from Adams taken for strike 1.
Well, this is a big part of the batting order for Maryland right here. They've been very productive. It's the top of the order, so you got to, you can take them down, and get towards the middle part as you get toward the later stages of the game, and then give yourself a chance to get to the plate and score some runs. Better off you're going to be.
Line fouled on the left field line. Adams has a chance to work ahead here, 0-2.
And especially with Goff, because she singled and scored in her last at bat, and she was a terror in that first game as well, scored 2 of the runs. So, she's very productive. And then they've got, of course, they've got the runner at second base, in Cameron Davis. Even though with 2 outs, they're still going to be pressing to try to get that run across.
The 0-2 pitch. Taken up and in, ball 1. Watch out upstairs.
Don't have a lot of time to react, do you, with something like that?
No, Goff luckily able to turn away.
You ever get hit by a baseball?
Plenty of times. My freshman year, I think I had a 5-game hit by pitch streak.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
and
gosh.
The 5th one nailed me right in the head.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be good.
1-2 line in the left field. That one will get down. Davis rounds third. She's going to score on the bobble from the left fielder, Klosterman. Able to get it in before Goff takes second. But an RBI single for Kylie Goff. And she continues to be a terror for the Hawkeyes on the base paths.
And it's just a simple single, and Mark Montgomery was, he was sending Cameron Davis, no matter what, that ball was out there. It has to be a perfect throw. So I think if you play the percentages, chances are it isn't going to be a perfect throw, and you're going to score.
Yeah, Klosterman would have had to field it cleanly and make a perfect throw, and with the speed of Cameron Davis, that's going to be a tough thing to do. But now it'll be Jada McFarland as the runner takes off for second on delayed steal. Goff slides in safely.
What's really fascinating about, the catchers these days, they don't even get out of that stance. They're throwing from the stance because you don't have that kind of time. And so, that's what Tristan did. The throw was a little high and off the mark, but I've seen her throw the ball right at second base and get runners trying to steal.
The 0-1 pitch taken up and in, evens the count 1-1.
You got to really be careful with McFarland. We saw what she did in her last at-bat.
And she lined it down the right field line in the corner for that RBI triple back in the fourth. Looking to do some more damage here with Goff on second, 2 down. 1-1 pitch from Adams. This one's gone right back to Adams. Watch out, throws from her knees to first base to end the top half of the fifth. Terrapins score another to go to the home half. Here at Bob Pearl Field, 2-0 Maryland. You're watching Hawkeye Softball on Big Ten Plus.
So I'm going to get some
often. Here in the bottom of the fifth, it will be Sammy Diaz digging in for the Hawkeyes. Some updates from around the Big Ten. Penn State leads Rutgers 1-0. Minnesota up on Michigan State 13-1. Michigan up on Purdue 4-0. Is the first pitch to Diaz taken up and away for ball 1.
Yeah, so the Penn State Rutgers is a doubleheader tonight, and then this Iowa Maryland game, the doubleheader. Weather has kind of invaded, some of those other matchups.
1-0 pitch to Sammy Diaz, taking on the outside corner for strike 1. The weather always seems to play. It's been playing a big factor, especially in these home games the last few weeks with the tornadoes coming through a couple weeks ago, and now we've got more thunderstorms coming in tomorrow. Always seems to be messing with the softball and baseball plans around here.
You can't get into a normal rhythm of things in the sport of softball or baseball because you just never know what's going to disrupt you.
You got days like this where it's like 80 degrees, and like we said, tomorrow has chances of thunderstorms and might not even get up to above 40 degrees.
When I started the first game, I was trying to think back at any time in the last 15 years that I've been broadcasting softball games when I had a day like this. Never. I've never had a day like this.
The 1-2 pitch to Diaz, taken outside corner, called strike 3. Diaz goes down looking for out number 1. That'll bring up Tristan Doster with 1 down, nobody on.
That's the 4th strikeout for Weish in this game, and she's used to double-digit strikeout performances, so she's had 9 of them in her career, 9 double-digit strikeout performances.
She's now up to 4 here.
5 of them this year.
Doster fouls it straight back, 0-1. Weiss threw 4 in the third, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 1 hit allowed. The Hawkeye offense struggling to get something going on offense. The 0-1 fouled straight back again, 0-2. And it's been a lot of that, a lot of foul balls straight back. Just barely able to catch up to it as Weiss continues to fire, continues to show off her flame-throwing arm.
She's got a good one. But as a hitter, you got to step in and find a way to put the bat on the ball.
The 0-2 pitch to Doster. Swung on and missed. Down she goes swinging for out number 2. Weiss picks up her 5th strikeout. Now bring up a second baseman and a Streff with nobody on and 2 down. Anna Streff 0 for 1 today. Streff had a hit in the first in the first game, excuse me. That one's taken. I think that's the first off-speed pitch we've seen from Weiss.
Exactly what I was thinking. We have not seen one for quite a few at-bats of the Hawkeyes, so that was the first one. So she's kind of got that connection again, and she's able to have command of it.
And the Hawkeyes have been seeing fastballs all game, so might throw off their timing a little bit as Streff swings and misses on the outside pitch. Count moves to 0-2.
Well, you're a pitcher as good as Weiss is, and you get behind the batters like this at 0-2. It really opens up the door for a variety of pitches, but I think she just goes right back at him and says, here, try to hit it.
It's been working all game. Nobody on, 2 down. The 0-2 pitch to Streff. Swung on and missed. Streff goes down swinging. Hawkeyes 1, 2, 3. As we go to the top of the 6th inning, Maryland leads 2-0. You're watching Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
Some lucky fans may receive a free burrito coupon to Tom Show.
Going, although we know Courtney Weiss has been able to strong arm the Hawkeyes through their 5 at-bats. Jalen Adams has done a nice job against the Maryland batting order as well. Let's see if she can't continue that here in this top of the 6th inning. Or the Terrapins are at the top of the order. Excuse me, they're not at the top of the order. It's Sydney Lewis, the designated player, number 4 hitter in the lineup for Maryland. She's over 2 on the day. Lewis had a first pitch strike on the outside corner. Lewis, a .254 hitter at 16 hits and 63 at bats. A double and a couple of home runs to her credit. Maryland with a 2-0 lead. Been able to push across a run in the 4th and in the 5th inning. Here is the 0-1 off speed on that outside corner, not getting the call.
Adams there just trying to switch up the speed a little bit, try and get Lewis to swing at something outside of the zone on that off-speed pitch. Lewis didn't bite.
Here is the 1-1 that's up and in on Lewis. Sydney, the freshman designated player out of Prosper, Texas, which is suburbia Dallas. They like their sports in Texas land, don't they? Especially in Dallas.
Yes, they do.
Doesn't matter what the sport is. Here's one that Lewis will lift up into the air. It'll drive Roman back. And She'll camp underneath it and make the catch out there. And center field, that's out number 1 here in this top of the 6th inning. Amelia Leck will step to the plate, struck out in her last at-bat and flew out to Roman in her first at-bat.
Roman's been getting a lot of action out there in center field. Had to go back to the warning track a couple of times, but she's been solid out there. Helping out her pitcher, Jalen Adams.
Yep, got to cover ground out there. Hit a home run against number 3 Oklahoma State, did Amelia Leck. Her first career home run against number 3 Oklahoma State. Leads the team in home runs, second in the Big Ten with 12. Got some power hitting in the right area. She batted 9th in the first game here today and productive there. So it's nice to have that kind of talent on the team where you can move your batting order around a little bit and get production out of them.
Yeah, when you have a player like Amelia Leck, and like you said, she played the first game in the 9-hole. Now she's up, batting higher in the lineup. When you have players like that can move around and continue to be productive, it's very valuable.
Here's one that she'll hit right back to Jalen Adams in the circle. And over to Sammy Diaz and out number 2. In this top of the 6th inning, Michaela Jones will come to the plate. Hit by a pitch in her last at-bat, stole second base. 0 for 1 of the day. She flew out to Roman back in the top of the 2nd inning. Jones 1 for 3 in game number 1. She had a strikeout in that game. There's the first pitch to her. Called strike 1. Batting .309, 30 hits, 97 at bats. 7 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run. So she got a little pop in that bat. Here is the 0-1 from Jalen Adams, a freshman down the left field line. It'll go foul. So Jalen Adams trying to keep those pitches inside.
With a hitter like Michaela Jones, if you're going to go inside, you got to make sure you blow it right past her, because if she's able to get out in front of that inside pitch and drive it to left field, and that one's got a chance to go.
She can get the fat part of the bat on it for sure. No balls and 2 strikes on Michaela Jones. Here's the 0-2. It's outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 gone. Top of the 6th inning is Maryland 2, Iowa nothing. Maryland won game 1 of this doubleheader 5-2. Again, a very important series for both of these teams in the Big Ten standings. Iowa closer to the top and a tie for 4th place. Here is the 1-2 that's up and away, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Maryland a little bit further down in the standings, and there are still 3 weekends of Big Ten play to go. Not a lot of games. These teams are vying for a spot in that Big Ten tournament.
And both teams have the talent to get there and go far.
2-2 off speed down the nice backhand stop by Grace Baines, and a nice throw across the diamond to Sammy Diaz. That was a very short backhand stop pickup right behind third base that Grace Baines came up with calmly across the diamond for the putout on Michaela Jones. 3 up, 3 down for Maryland here in the top of the 6th inning. 2-0 Terrapins lead the Hawks. Hawks coming to the plate. It'll be the top of the order. Nia Carter in the bottom of the 6th inning. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus. Of the 6th inning ahead. Maryland is ahead 2-0. They've scored the 4th and the 5th inning with a single run apiece. The Hawks will be starting off the bottom of the 6th inning with the leadoff hitter Nia Carter. Nia 0 for 2 on the day coming into today's series, and she got a hit in the first game. 5-game hitting streak for Nia Carter. That's nothing new. She had a 12-game hitting streak earlier about the middle part of the season. Here is the first pitch to her that's down and away. But she's really been a very active leadoff hitter. As a matter of fact, there's only 2 games in her career that she has not started out of 152.
That's called consistency right
yeah,
there.
Yeah, very much. And she's just been a very productive player. There's no doubt about it. Everything she's done. Ahead in the count and a ball and no strikes. Nia Carter working against Courtney Weish. Here is Weich's 1-0. It's called strike one. Gosh, I think Kylie Goff did a nice job to frame that in. You can just see her pull it in, which tells you that it's a ball. But the umpire widened the strike zone a little bit here in the later stages of the game. Ball and a strike. Here's the pitch from Courtney Weish. Outside again. I think, AJ, that Nia is going to take one of those pitches on the outside and drill it to the left side like she did in the first game, in between short and third. You can see Jones playing down about 3 strides down the third base line.
Well, that's definitely what she's got to be thinking with all these outside pitches.
2 balls and a strike and a swing and a foul, so 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now on the senior, Nia Carter, Rancho Cucamonga, California. Interesting that she's never made an all Big Ten team, but last year she was an all-region performer.
That surprises me. She's never made an all Big Ten team?
She is not.
That really surprises me. She's hitting 476 this season. In that 2020 year, she hit over 500. It was a shortened season, but I mean, if you're getting on base over 50%.
There it is, the 2-2 pitch outside. She just reaches out and pokes it out to left field to Megan McCamey, and a quick short hop and the throw back into second base. Nia Carter continues her hitting streak with a single start off this bottom of the 6th inning. Tatiana Roman now will step into the left-handed batter's box and see if she can't continue with another hit.
Roman needs to take a page out of Nia Carter's book right there. You can see the outfield. They're all shifted to left. The center fielder's basically playing left field. The right fielder's playing right center. The third baseman, the shortstop, playing really far in. But that's what the Maryland defense is. They want these Iowa hitters to hit the other way because of how fast Weish is throwing it in there. But if they can just poke it like Nia Carter did, just into that no man's land out there in shallow left field, the Hawkeyes can just scrape runs across.
Here's the 0-1 to Tatiana Roman, and the slap hitter pulls the bat back, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, just trying to drop one in there over top of short in between left and center, because there's a bunch of defenders on that left side.
And Terrapins know that the Hawkeyes aren't going to be able to pull it down that right field line just with how hard Weish is throwing these in there.
Here's the 1-1 from Courtney Weish. Roman looked to bunt, pulled the bat back. Now 2 balls and a strike.
And third baseman Jones crashing right away when she saw the bunt. It looks like Coach will stride on out to the circle.
I don't know if it's their timeout or if it's Renee Gillespie wanting to speak to Tatiana Roman, but that's what's happening either way. But I think with that third baseman sneaking down, if Roman can just slip it over top of her head as opposed to pounding it in the ground where she can pick it up and maybe have a chance to force Nia Carter at second base, that would be kind of what they're gambling on. Nia, a threat to steal. She has stolen 7 bases in 10 attempts this year, so it's very possible, but I think they're not going to take any risk of that. They'd rather let Roman try to hit away.
Absolutely. When you got a hitter like Roman up, you let her do what she does in the batter's box.
2 balls and a strike on the sophomore, Tatiana Roman. Here is the pitch. Hits that outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Roman on the season has started and played all 42 games for the Hawks out in center field. She swapped positions with Bradley Klostrom, and here is the 2-2, a bouncer. Oh, and it bobbled, and it's going to be beaten out by Roman. You don't have that opportunity. You bobble it once, and you've thrown away your chance.
Yeah, a huge break for the Hawkeyes. Jones just unable to corral that ground ball right to her. It was relatively well hit by Roman, just right to Jones, and it was enough for Jones to bobble it. Roman with that speed able to get down to first base.
Yep.
And it's first and second, nobody out. Hawkeyes with some runners in scoring position to try and get back into this game 2 of this doubleheader.
So Michaela Jones at third base with the error. That is the 5th error she's committed on the season. Runners at first and second. Tori Bennett at the plate. Shows bunt, pulls back the bat, and it's ball 1. Nobody out. Hawkeyes bottom of the 6th inning. The Hawks trail 2-0. Runners at first and second. Nia Carter at first. Tatiana Roman at second. And the freshman shortstop, Tori Bennett, at the plate. She's not a freshman anymore. She certainly is an experienced Division I softball player at this point. Here is the 1-0. She lifts out into right field. Hustling in is Schlotterbeck. So far close to the infield, it doesn't give Nia Carter a chance to tag up and get to third base.
Yeah, that's just a tough spot, especially for Nia Carter, who wants to tag up there or get a little bit of a head start going to third, but it's just so short in the right field. She's got to stay put at second and doesn't have a chance to tag. A great play out there by Klein to come in and make that grab for out number 1.
Brings up Grace Baines now at the plate with 1 out. Runners remain at first and second. Here's the pitch from Courtney Weish. And it's a pitch that swung on by Grace. Get herself steady in there. 296 hitters, Baines, 37 of 125 coming into this game. She walked, stranded at second in her first at-bat, grounded out to short in her second at-bat. Grace was 0 for 3 in game number 1. Here is the 0-1 from Weiss. One that's just bounced back right up the middle. Oh, nice play by Sammy Woods to get the force at second of Tatiana Roman. She went down to her knees right at second base, snagged the ball, touched the base. Runners will be at the corners now on the fielder's choice, but they do get another out.
It was a great job by Baines, just taking the pitch right back up the middle, which has been something the Hawkeyes haven't been able to do too much here against Weiss. But an even better play by Woods, laying out up the middle and having to be able to find the wherewithal to go and just tag second base. Looked at first base, but the speed of Baines able to get down there. It's first and third, 2 down now.
So Nia Carter at third. Grace Baines at first, and it brings up Denali Lecker. 2 down. Lecker looks at a first pitch out and away, so it's ball 1. Denali in her last at bat flew out to right field, struck out in her first at bat. Lecker 2 for 3 in game 1 of the runs scored. Batting .250 coming into this game, 31 now, 126 at bats. Up in the count of the ball and a strike. Here's the pitch from Weish. One that's down and in. Almost seems now that the third time through the batting order, they're a little bit more used to what they're seeing from Courtney Weish and feeling a little bit more confident.
Definitely when you see a pitcher for a third time, you know she's throwing fastballs on the outside corner. Just got to get that foot down and meet it out in front. Try and take it up the middle or the other way.
Here's the 2-0 from Courtney Weish to Denali Lecker. Pitch that's lifted up in the infield. Third base side, Michaela Jones, about midway down the third base line, makes the catch, ends the Hawks in this bottom of the 6th inning. Leave 2 runners on. We'll head into the top of the 7th inning. Maryland, 7, 8, 9 batters. Trinity Schlotterbeck will lead it off when play resumes against Jalen Adams. It's 2-0 Maryland over Iowa. Game 2 of today's doubleheader. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on Big Ten Plus.
Thanks for playing, and congratulations to our winner on receiving the prize.
a window of about 3 hours where the rains won't officially arrive, but it will be sometime about mid-afternoon, so they're going to move the game time to 1 o'clock Iowa time. That would be 2 o'clock East Coast time. For those of you that have to do the conversion, of East Coast to the Midwest Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time. Here we go, top of the 7th inning, and there's a shot right back up through the middle in front of Jalen, over the top of Jalen Adams from Trinity Schlotterbeck. She ripped that first pitch right through the circle, and she's on first base. Wow.
Yeah, that was just a line shot right over Jalen Adams. Just an absolute rocket into center field. Saw the pitch well. Fastball right in her wheelhouse. Took it right back where she found it. Is on board for the Terrapins.
Taylor Liguri now at the plate, the number 8 hitter with Trinity Schlotterbeck at first base. Here's the bunt up into the air, trying to get after it into foul territory as Grace Baines as well as Tristan Doster neither can get to it to make the out. So Liguri will remain at the plate. Liguri walked in her last at bat, was pinch run for by Cameron Davis, who would eventually score their second run of the game. And that's where we sit right now, 2-0 the lead for Maryland. Trinity Schlotterbeck just started with a single. Liguri, Taylor Liguri at the plate. Here's the 0-1 from Jalen Adams, ripped down the left field line. This one goes foul, hits the top of the fence, top of the wall, out of play. Bounce back in, here we go.
Taylor
got a run on that one, didn't she?
Yeah, she gave that one a ride. Just foul off the top of the wall there.
That was an off-speed pitch, and she got around on it quickly. We'll see what Jalen Adams comes up with here on this 0-2 pitch. I wonder if she'll go right at her. Here's the 0-2. Off-speed, upstairs. 1-2.
Jalen Adams using that off-speed pitch a little bit more now as we get into the later innings. Now, obviously, in top of the 7th. She was primarily using that fastball through the first few, now relying on that off-speed pitch a little bit, trying to get hitters out in front.
Here's the 1-2 from Jalen Adams. Called strike 3 on the outside corner.
Doster held her spot. She felt confident, and she held it there. She stuck it there, and Blue gave her the call for out number 1.
Jalen Adams' second strikeout of the game. Now we're at the bottom of the order. Sammy Woods, number 9 hitter, sacrificed in her last at-bat. Popped up to Grace Baines at third in their first at-bat. Here's the pitch. She swings hard at it and knocks it in the Iowa Hawkeye dugout. Sammy Woods, a .273 hitter and a freshman. One of 2 freshman starters on this Maryland Terrapin softball team. 27 hits, 90 and 100 at-bats coming into this at-bat. Down in the count at no balls and a strike. Here is the pitch. She looked to bunt, pulled it back. Comes 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah,
She's got a good knack for that, doesn't she, though?
She does.
Think, AJ?
She does. She squared around quite a bit here in this second game, and there she saw the pitch right away and pulled back almost immediately. Didn't even get all the way around to show the bunt.
Here's the 1-1 up and away, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike to Sammy Woods with 1 out, top of the 7th. Trinity Schlotterbeck started this inning with a rip right through the circle for a single. Remains at first base. The freshman Sammy Woods, shortstop. Plays a mean shortstop, too. Here's the 2-1 to her that she check swing for, and a nice diving effort. Just in front of the Maryland dugout is Sammy Diaz, but she can't get the glove on it to squeeze it to create the out.
Very close play. Great effort by Diaz, just in and out of the glove. Fully stretched out, just bounced off the heel of the glove and out.
Woods over 3 in game 1 and a strikeout. Even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Jalen Adams. Woods rips it into center field right at Tatiana Roman. That'll chase Schlotterbeck back to first base, and 2 outs in this top of the 7th inning. But it's to the top of the order we go with Megan McConney.
Woods just missed that one. Great torque in her swing there, but just missed it, just got underneath it a little bit too much. Roman was able to track it down easily for out number 2.
McCamey 1 for 3 in this game here, singled and stole second base in her first at bat, and has grounded out and flown out since. 0 for 4 in game number 1 today. You can get as a leadoff hitter a .221 average. So it's interesting, but she has scored many runs. 28. Here is the pitch. And it's a ball and a strike. Grace Baines at third, right even with the bag. Tori Bennett about a step in at short. Hannah Streff at second at a normal pace. And Sammy Diaz right even with first base. Here is the 1-1. It's called ball 2.
Just missed outside. Doster tried to hold in her spot. Umpire didn't give it to her this time.
Outfield playing a step in, Klosterman at left, Roman in center, and Nia Carter in right. Here is the pitch. That's lifted down the left field line and out of play by Megan McCamey, junior left fielder.
Jalen Adams a chance here to get out of the inning after giving up that base hit by Schlotterbeck in the first AB of the inning.
Here's the 2-2. That's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. You know, McCamey herself, a second-team Big Ten All Big Ten selection next year. First in the conference in stolen bases at 30 for 30. She's been caught twice this year. Third on the team in runs scored. Here's the 3-2. That's off speed that she'll get a bat on and foul it back into the backstop.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with McCamey. Like you said, she leads the team in stolen bases, so she gets a board here, or even if she gets the bat on the ball, she can round the bases quickly and get in the scoring position. Turn singles into doubles.
Well, even if the ball gets hit to the outfield, they can't allow these the base runners to advance more than one base, especially Slaughterbeck from first to third. They want to get her in scoring position even with 2 outs, but so it's important for this, for Jalen Adams, in the circle to throw pitches around the strike zone, but not directly in it, especially the way McCamey can hit the ball. We try to get her to swing at one that might be out of the zone just a touch and beat it into the ground so the Hawks can, have a ground out and finish the inning.
Yeah, you gotta be careful here, though. Count is 3-2. You don't want to lose her and put runners at first and second. Still got 2 outs. Where you got Goff behind her. She's got 2 hits in this game.
Yep.
She also had a couple in game 1, I believe. So you got to think about that with Goff right behind Kami.
So the meetings have ceased. We're back to order here. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Megan McCamey. Here is the pitch. Off the plate, ball 4.
Close call there, just missing that outside corner. Umpire says ball 4, so we'll be first and second, 2 down for Kylie Goff.
Yeah, Goff has singled in her last 2 at bats. Now the pitching coach has come back out. We might see a pitching change here. Is Denali Lecker coming in? So Denali Lecker will come in for Jalen Adams here in the top of the 7th inning. In relief.
For the Hawkeyes, now pitching number 5, Denali Lecker.
So we can tell you about Lecker. She last pitched against Drake this week, just an inning. Gave up nothing. Didn't start at the Michigan State game of 3, but she did get 2 innings in, gave up a hit, struck out 1, and then the last appearance prior to that was in Northwestern's game 1, where she Yeah, that was the 9-inning game. She came in that 9th inning, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, and 2 of them were earned in that loss to Northwestern.
Yeah, she's definitely looking to. Well, she bounced back after that Northwestern game against Michigan State and Drake, like you said, looking to keep it going here and keep the runners stranded at first and second. I mean, Lecker's been great all season, has a 1.95 ERA coming into this appearance, as well as 2 wins, although she's primarily a relief pitcher. 18 appearances, 6 saves. Opponent batting average of .249. But she's coming into a tough situation, tight game, only a 2-run game, but she's got runners on first and second, 2 outs in the 7th inning. And she's got a tough hitter at the plate in Kylie Goff.
So Denali Lecker has come on in relief of Jalen Adams, who pitched a nice ball game for the Hawkeyes here today, giving up just the 2 runs.
Yeah, her final
6 2/3 innings.
Yeah, final stat line 6 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. 90 total pitches.
First pitch to Kylie Goff is a ball. So 1-0. Runners at first and second for Maryland. There are 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Terrapins lead at 2-0. Here is the 1-0 off speed. Nice pitch by Denali Lecker. And that's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hawks just need to make an out here, but they're battling against a very good hitter in Kylie Goff, junior catcher. Here's the 1-1. It bounces in front of the plate. Runners are going to advance to second and third on the wild pitch.
Now the situation changed a little bit for Lecker. She would have been okay with the ground ball, but now after the wild pitch, now she's got 2 runners in scoring position. Either has to go for the strikeout or get her to pop up.
Here's the 2-1 from Denali Lecker. Pitch that Goff will go after and just nick it foul back into the backstop. So it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 outs in this at bat for Maryland. Slaughterbeck started this with a single up the middle, followed by a strikeout to Taylor Liguri. Sammy Woods would fly out to Roman. And then Megan McCamey walked. McCamey and Slaughterbeck at second and third. Here's a pitch hit on the ground. Grace Baines across the diamond to Sammy Diaz. And the out for the Hawks to end the Maryland Terrapins here in the top of the 7th inning. They get a couple on, can't get any more runs, will lead it 2-0 going into the Hawkeyes half of the 7th inning. Hawks need 2 to tie to send it to the 8th, 3 to win. This is Iowa Hawkeyes softball on Big Ten Plus.
First pitch for tomorrow is now going to be at 1 p.m. Again, the first pitch for tomorrow is now set for 1 p.m.
Six complete games already. So we head into the bottom of the 7th inning with the Hawks trailing the Maryland Terrapins in game 2 of this doubleheader by the score of 2-0. Courtney Weiss looking for her 7th complete game of the season in the circle. Hawks have been able to get the bat on the pitch in the last couple of at-bats. We'll have to get it started with Brodie Klosterman here in the bottom of the 7th. Need 2 to tie, send it into the 8th inning, and 3 to win. Klosterman on the day is 1 for 2. She singled in her first at-bat back in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Looks at a pitch that's down and away, so it's ball one.
And Weiss starting off with another fastball. We've been seeing it all night. The Hawkeyes know that. They got to be going to the batter's box thinking fastball all the way. Got to get that foot down early, meet the pitch out in front.
Here's the 1-0 from Weiss to Briley Klosterman, and this one's long and away. So it's 2 balls and no strikes, and now Goff walks out to the circle. Have a little chat. It looks like she may have a little adrenaline flow going. Trying to get her to calm down a little bit.
She's up to 85 pitches now. She's seen 23 batters, struck out 6 and walked 2 so far through 6 innings. Definitely getting up
having
there.
A nice game. I mean, she's got a 2-hitter going in here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Klosterman's one of them that has gotten a hit. The other one is Nia Carter. Here's the 2-0 from Courtney Weiss. And Brody gets a good cut at it and will foul it into the backstop. Last year in the Maryland series, Bradley Klosterman had a hit in 5 at-bats. An RBI and a double, those all in the first game. That was a sweep by Maryland a year ago. Here is the 2-1, and Bradley will again foul it back beyond the backstop. So it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
The outfield playing a little bit more straight up now. The center fielder not as far over into left center as she was even just an inning ago, as the Maryland defense noticing that the Hawkeyes are starting to catch up to Weiss's fastball a little bit here in the later innings.
Here's the 2-2 from Courtney Weiss to Brodie Klosterman. And it's a pitch that Brodie gets underneath. And Megan McCamey right at the left field foul line. And the out. So 1 out in Iowa's bottom of the 7th inning. Sammy Diaz will step into the right-handed batter's box. Sammy had 2 strikeouts on the day. In the game, that is. Diaz in game 1 had 2 hits. He had an RBI, one of the RBIs. Here is the first pitch to her that's away. Like you said, that first pitch, always that hard, that fastball.
Yeah, that one just got away from her a little bit. And we've seen her, Weiss's control go down a little bit here in the later innings. Hawkeyes are noticing that. They're taking that first pitch. It's paying off. Now Diaz gets to work ahead here 1-0.
Ball, no strikes on Sammy Diaz. Here's the pitch. And Sammy gets a good cut at it. Can't connect with it. So that evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, tomorrow's game on Saturday has been, the game time has been moved up to 1 o'clock. A 1 o'clock start time tomorrow, not 2 as scheduled. It'll be a 1 o'clock start time tomorrow for game number 3. Here's the 1-1 from Courtney Weiss. Up and away from Sammy Diaz.
Weiss continues to work around the strike zone. She was really hammering that outside corner. Now she's moving her pitches a little bit more vertically, moving up and down a little bit. That one was high.
It looked like it was, wasn't it? But here's the 2-1. Down and away. 3 balls and a strike. Well, get a base runner on. Tristan Doster in the on-deck circle.
This is a hitter's count here. Sammy Diaz needs to be looking middle. Doesn't need to chase anything too high or too low. I mean, she knows that Weiss is probably going to go for a fastball on the outside corner, but she's got to put her foot down and like what she sees.
Here's the 3-1 from Courtney Weiss. Pitch that's down and in. Ball 4. So with 1 out, the Hawks draw a walk. And that is the second walk of the game issued by Courtney Weiss, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was her. It'll be walk number 3 for Weiss.
And so Avery Jackson will come in and run for Sammy Diaz. Avery came in game number 1, first game of the doubleheader today. And there's 1 out, and Tristan Doster will be at the plate.
The Hawkeyes 1 for 9 in this game with runners on.
Here
2
is
for
the
22 in the whole game.
First pitch to Tristan Doster. This is called strike one on the outside corner. So Jackson making her 30th appearance coming into today. She again appeared as a pinch runner in the first game today, now a pinch runner in this game. Here is the 0-1 that's off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jackson has no stats when it comes to stolen bases. Don't think she's even going to be running at this juncture. They just need to try to move her forward. But has scored 7 runs and has started 25 of 28 games she's played. Here's a pitch that's an off-speed pitch that Doster will get around on, foul it into the backstop.
Jackson was playing some games over there at first base after that first pitch. She didn't go right back to first. She let Goff look her back. So Jackson definitely has some confidence on the base paths. I'm sure that's why Hawkeyes pinch running her here in this situation in the 7th.
Here's the 1-2 to Tristan Doster. And it's a pitch that's hit right back to Weiss. You're going to go to second, got the force, and the double. Oh, they said that they doubled her up. I think she beat the throw, but it doesn't matter. Umpire calls her out, and that double play, my friends, will end this softball game. Hawks threaten with Sammy Diaz drawing a walk. And then the double play ends it on the Tristan Doster ground ball. Hawks lose 2 here today. Got to come back tomorrow at 1 o'clock and at least salvage a game.
Yeah, there was 2 close games today. First one ended 5-2. Had a chance there in the 7th. A couple of runners on. This one close all the way through. Maryland, I mean, their offense didn't dominate. It was the pitching duel. I mean, Jalen Adams for the Hawkeyes went six innings, but it was Weiss who just dominated for the Maryland Terrapins, only allowing 2 hits. And the Hawkeyes just could not catch up to that fastball of Weiss. And it ended up costing them one here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. But like you said, we'll be back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock start. The Hawkeyes looking to salvage one against the Maryland Terrapins.
5-2 the win in Game 1 of the doubleheader today for the Maryland Terrapins, and that'll send them with this win here now to 29-12 and 6-7 in the Big Ten.
Iowa Hawkeye Softball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Iowa City Tire and Service, a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.